Diz? Não, mas tu vais improvisar, Francisco. Eu sei que tu vais improvisar. Não está mal, podia estar pior. Acho que está composto. Mas depois a gente convence os que estão ali naquela sala. Não é difícil. Não é difícil. Mas se quiserem o Wi-Fi está ali. Vocês sabem como é que isto funciona ou não? O galo. So, in English, this is the DrupalCon mascot this year. If you take a photo, but I will explain in the slides. If you take a photo with the mascot and tweet it or put it on Instagram, it's also in the page, in our page, it's explained there. You tweet it, you Instagram it, it will go to a raffle, and you can win a DrupalCon ticket. As easy as that. Okay. Quer que eu experimente agora?
For a moment of the brands and companies shaped by Drupal.
Eu podia estar a lutar com isto o dia inteiro. Desligadas não dá. Pronto, agora posso chamar o Tiago.
The makers. The institutions. The cultural icons that unite us. The ones that make us sing. Carry us away. The agile. The resilient.
Vamos fazer rewind, só para começar no sítio certo. So I'm going to speak in English. I know there is obviously an international audience here, so we need to see that, account for that. So hello everyone, welcome to Drupal Day 2023. Last year we came back to presential. This year we moved city. I hope you like it. Aveiro is a very nice city. And you've probably seen this video, but I'll
of the brands and companies
go again.
Shaped by Drupal. The power brands. The makers. The institutions. The cultural icons that unite us. The ones that make us sing. Carry us away. The agile. The resilient. And the ones who support them. The developers. The millions across the globe. The marketers. The front lines behind the glass. The road warriors. The people out in the wild fighting every day. The agencies. The masters of strategy and emotion. So what do all these people have in common? The digital platform that powers some of the most exciting experiences on the web. Drupal.
Pronto, eu tinha que passar o vídeo todo, que é muito giro.
Em inglês.
Em inglês, exato. So my name is Ricardo Amaro. I'm the president of the Drupal Association, so I'm glad to have you here present today. A bit of a surprise this year. We are honored to be organizing the event together with Festa do Software Livre. So it's the Festival of Free Software and Ansol. Here represented by Tiago Carondo. Tiago, I believe you would like to say some words to us, to the audience. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Not all of you were on that room on the opening session, and I was speaking in Portuguese there, so I will try to resume and speak in English. So I'm here representing ANSOL, Associação Nacional para o Software Livre. We are organizing this big event. For me, it's strange we need to find some common ground here, because I know that you are here for the Drupal Day, but this is a big event with lots of other micro events happening, and that's why we all have the same badge, no matter which room are we. And for you, not trying to steal people from this from this room here, but you are free, because this is a freedom party. You are free to go and visit all others, probably like Saturday or Sunday, so that Ricardo would not be upset with me. But most important thing here, and for you specifically, is that I don't know if you were understood or not, but we provided a limited number of meals for lunch, because it's difficult to have lunch here. There are not many places where we can have lunch like in so limited time. So we provided 75 lunches. You only need to present your badge and pray, if you know how to pray, that there are still meals available, because we are not gathering. We will not grab any kind of pre-registration, because we know that people will register and then will not show up, or the other way around. So just show up and probably you will have a meal there. If not, there are some alternatives, but with our like 75 provided meals, the cafes and restaurants around probably will be able to serve you better. That was our thought. For you to enjoy as much as you can the Drupal Day. I don't know if you're going to stay here or not. In the evening, we will have starting 10:30 some podcast recordings. Some national podcasters will be there. We will have fun, have some beers, eat something, and record some audio that we will hopefully publish. Then it's just welcome everybody. I don't know if next year we'll be here or not, but I hope that you could do it again in Festa do Software Livre, because this is a big family, and everybody likes to probably like check who else is doing the same or different, or some other view on the subjects. So enjoy your day here, and if you want, or if you would like to ask me something or to just have a small talk, I will be here probably either running or with a coffee in my hand, or just sitting behind some table. Okay, so thank you and enjoy.
Yeah, so we realized definitely we're not alone in our hopes and dreams for free software to rule the world. And we definitely have free software in Portugal. We wanted to make sure that everybody understands that, and that we're united on that. Therefore, you know, I suggested the crazy idea to the Drupal Association in Portugal. You know, let's do this thing with these guys, and they go like, yeah, well, why not? So, thanks for that, and I'm glad it's going well. So up next, we have Drupal 10 2.0. It's being released December 21st. And please keep in mind that Drupal 9 is set to be end of life by November 1st. Hopefully that's still correct because I went to check it yesterday. So this year we are honored to be organizing, like I said, the event here with Ansol. And this will be our next thing. For today's program, let's see if I can see this. We have a big program here. So this is the welcome sessions, and we're going to have a keynote with the amazing José Fernandes. He published a book on marketing for Drupal. Then we're going to have security by Bruno Carreira, the future of Drupal by Ricardo Marcelino, is the president of our association table, we can say, mesa da associação. Bring Mautic. So we have our very good friends from Drop Solid, Dominique here, and then we have Francisco talking about cookies. Maybe it's because, after the lunch break, we need some cookies. Modernize your front end with single directory components, Sara Barroso, Entity Data. And then that's me. I'm going to paint you with some work I've been doing for my PhD. And then let your accessibility do the walking. This is probably going to be a very interesting one from Entity Data, João Silva. Drupal, OpenAI. Obviously, we would have to have a session about artificial intelligence, and then closing the sessions. On the workshops, we will have Wendy. Yeah, hi. And then we would have also from Agaric, Mauricio Dinart with another great workshop. Maybe the guys here from maybe the guys here from the university will be there because they have Drupal here in the university. And how do we upgrade, right? So that might be an interesting thing. And then Nelson Alves, decoupling web form features. So this is all of the program here today. Obviously, the lunch break, as it was said, we can go there. The break, we'll see. There are some places around. Yeah. Hopefully, by the end of the day, we'll go to Ramona again.
No,
some beers.
Yes.
Not. Oh, yeah.
Cafe, I forgot to say it's Cafe Anisa, the podcasting place for tonight.
Okay.
And
okay.
30 seconds. We still have some spare beds, so we have an hostel that we booked, like fully booked, for these 2 nights, the next 2 nights. So if anyone is still struggling to find some bed, just reach me and I can provide you some details.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
And it's free.
Thanks for that.
It's,
yeah.
The party is paying for it.
You don't need to sleep outside.
You can donate, but it's free. The bed is free.
So yeah, I also wanted to mention the most important part of the program today. It's always the community. Nothing would be possible without the community, without you. Drupal is happening because there is an incredible community, and these people are above, companies and competition because the love of sharing and contribute back free software, Drupal. Over 1 million contributors. And this year we have another surprise, or let's say a surprise visitor directly from DrupalCon Lille. It's your chance to win a free ticket to DrupalCon Lille 2023. They are quite expensive, so I would advise doing that. The only thing you need to do is find the rooster, it's here, and then take a photo with it. It will be around, maybe sitting there or outside. Share the photo on Twitter or Instagram. Tag DrupalCon Hero, and the hashtag is DrupalCon Lille. Okay, you want to go to DrupalCon? Why not? Okay, so since our main goal is always to grow and consolidate the Drupal community in Portugal, Please take the opportunity, if you haven't done already, to become a member of Drupal PT and join our community on Telegram. We welcome everyone, of course, and have fun and enjoy Drupal Day, everyone. Experimentaste? Ah, isso é um Mac. Isso é um... Hã? Tens o USB-C?
Tenho.
Deixa lá ver se tem o USB-C. Eu acho que sem o adaptador.
Depois de qual é que é o USB?
Ah! Está no site, está no site. Tem HDMI. Tem HDMI. É a tua sorte, né? São gajos que senão...
Dessa vez me esqueci. Depois está a fazer isto, vou colocar.
Okay, we have some books to raffle later, so...
Thank you.
And I forgot to mention, there are t-shirts there. I think Francisco is making the list. It's 10 euro. If you want to help and, you know, make a t-shirt for this.
So, I welcome everybody to another Drupal Day. Okay. I'm here today to talk about how to do marketing for an online store built with Drupal Commerce. I'm José Fernandes. I'm the founder of Bloom Idea. It's a digital marketing agency that also does a lot of work with Drupal on mobile app development. We use Drupal almost for everything, for web projects and also as a backend for our mobile apps, native mobile apps. I've been working with Drupal for more than 17 years, since version 4.7. It was very different than what it is now. The thing that I think it's the same, it's the community. It's exactly the same. I feel older when I say I've been working with Drupal for 17 years, but I remember, Ricardo, like 15 years ago, the first Drupal days that we had in Portugal, some in Braga, some in Lisbon, Aveiro, everywhere. This week I went back to school as a PhD student in artificial intelligence. So it's something that I'll do it like in the next 10 years. That when I finish, probably there will be no longer artificial intelligence. I'm also the author of the book Digital Marketing with Drupal. I have here 2 books that Ricardo can later give away on a raffle. The book gives you the fundamentals of digital marketing and on the several marketing channels like content marketing, email marketing, social media marketing, SEO, SEM, CRM, and also on marketing automation. I'm very interested on the talk of Dominic later about Mautic. And the book gives you a no-code approach to implementing digital marketing on a Drupal project, a store, or just another website built with Drupal, mainly just using contributed modules and how to apply them to get your objectives done. There's a module that complements the book It's the module Digital Marketing Checklist. It's a module where you have around 275 marketing tasks divided in 15 sections on all the digital marketing strategies you can apply. And this way you can be sure that you don't forget anything important on your digital marketing plan. Is anyone here already done some Drupal commerce work? Okay, a lot. Okay, a lot. First, perhaps it's important to discuss why should we choose Drupal commerce when there's a lot of other e-commerce platforms even more popular than Drupal to build your online store. I think the most important one, it's of course, it's built with Drupal for Drupal. And this way, you have the best of breed in the CMS and a great e-commerce platform, highly customizable and flexible. So you can, because it's built on top of Drupal, it inherits all the characteristics that you choose Drupal in the first place. One of that I consider it's one of the most important is that it's highly flexible and customizable. We never build online store that is the same for a project for a client that was usually it's always from the ground up totally different, adapted to it's a unique project, and usually the other platforms you kind of get need to have like a pattern so that looks like all on the same when developed with the same platform. So you can build highly customizable e-commerce solutions. I will give you an example. We developed a project that is called Yupki, that is like a Spotify for kids, where the parents and the teachers can buy music to teach the kids how to play music. They can buy a karaoke of the music, just the lyrics, just everything to teach them, and they can on the app they can buy. It's a Drupal commerce platform. They can buy the music on the mobile apps for Android and iOS, and also on the web. They can play them in the mobile apps, native mobile apps, and also on the web. This was all done with Drupal and Drupal commerce. I think that is highly important for one of the main advantages of e-commerce is that you sell for all the world, and so it's very important that you have a platform that is multilingual and also multi-currency. It's very custom to have in our customers to have a store that it's in English, but the prices are shown in Canadian dollars for Canadians, and Australian dollars for when the visitor is from Australia, and in pounds when he's coming from England, and do the checkout in that currency. Even more than that, we have some situations where the customer doesn't want only to show different currencies, but also different prices depending on the country the visitor is seeing the store. For example, the same product that is sold at 100 euros in Portugal can be sold at 150 in Germany, for example. And Drupal Commerce allows all this. A couple of years ago, we had this was a big selling point because one customer was thinking of using Spotify as a platform, but he want this type of customization, and it wasn't just possible. But we could do that with Drupal Commerce, so he stayed on Drupal Commerce because of that. Then one of the main selling points of Drupal Commerce since the beginning is that, and they did, the community and the team behind Drupal Commerce maintainers, they did a big investment in that. It was to support almost all the payment gateways available online. For example, our company, Bloom Idea, did the integration with Referência Multibanco and MBWay for Portugal. If you don't find, the module, the plugin to support payment gateway isn't available, it's not very difficult to build your own. Also, there's integration with almost all the logistic companies, shipping companies around the world, the UPS, DHL, etc. And also, it's possible to, as it says there, scales with your business as it grows. We have customers, the same platform is selling as customers that have only 10 products, and we know that there are solutions with millions of products running Drupal Commerce. Security nowadays, it's very important, but it was always for Drupal. I remember since the beginning, one of the selling points of Drupal in the beginning, until there was like I don't remember the name of the, there was a big bug in Drupal security, dungeon something. Yeah, exactly. Until that day, Drupal was, yes, we are the most secure CMS in the world. But they since the beginning, they took security very seriously. And that only showed that everyone is can be affected by security problems. And Drupal, it's like horizontal, transversal to all the ecosystem, take the security very seriously. And also, because of that, Drupal Commerce also inherits that characteristic. It's very SEO friendly. This is very important, especially for the marketing people, that the platform is SEO friendly. From the default, the core of Drupal, there's many options that make it SEO friendly, but you can always add contributed modules that extend that SEO friendliness, like meta tag, XML sitemap, etc. As Drupal also, it's normal to integrate Drupal with third-party service or applications. For example, here in Portugal, we have all our customers. They all have different ERPs. Okay, the software to manage the invoices and the shippings, etc. And we integrated with all of them. Okay, and it's not a difficult process. The way Drupal is built, it's very easy to extend it and integrate with other third-party services. And of course, that's the reason why we are here. It's open source, okay? And so, yes, all the good things about open source. I personally believe in open source because I believe that if everybody helps everybody, if we share knowledge, things, we all enjoy that. And finally, the community and support. I'm not a developer by education. I was telling someone outside exactly that because like 17 years ago, I needed to launch a website and I didn't know how to do anything. So I searched online and okay, I installed Drupal and I built our first project. It was called O Nosso Casamento, Our Wedding. It was during for many years one of the biggest websites in Portugal, and it was all done just by installing modules and configuring Drupal. Of course, then I started, because I needed to expand on the functionalities, I started reading, learning, and now I'm not a great developer, but I'm okay. By the way, I have several modules on the community. Some of them are related to commerce, but others are just things like sending push notifications to mobile applications, etc. That you, my handler on Drupal.org, it's Introfini. So just a quick introduction to digital marketing. Digital marketing is nothing more than marketing done through a digital channel, okay? And that marketing needs to adapt to the channel, to the way the message is sent, and the people that are in that channel, etc. These are the most important ones, and the ones that make the biggest impact on our digital marketing strategy. They are content marketing, social media marketing, search engine marketing, display advertising, email marketing, affiliate marketing, PR and influencer marketing, and CRM marketing. Usually, a digital marketing plan or strategy doesn't focus only on one of these strategies. They do a marketing mix depending on where the customer is on the marketing funnel stage, and also on the type of strategy that is being implemented. Each of these channels, they are their strongest point is not is different. So usually you choose, for example, if you want to create value, you implement a strategy of content marketing. For social media, it's better for creating brand awareness and engagement with your brand. Search engine marketing is great for driving sales. You put an ad on Google, someone looks through where can I find a company that builds a website. If you are there in number one, they jump to your website, and you just need to start from that. Display advertising, it's when you do the banners you see on the websites promoting products or services. Email marketing, this one is a strong one. It's great for customer retention and value creation, and of course driving sales. When you're doing email marketing, is very important on an online store strategy, marketing strategy, because it's a channel that drives a lot of sales. Affiliate marketing for sales and branding. Affiliate marketing is nothing more than when you, for example, sometimes you are reading a blog post and they say, oh, our links have referral links, that so they earn a commission on every product that is sold through that link. Then influencer marketing, you see this is the influencer. This is it's not the new trend. It's like on the last years, the biggest activity. Almost all marketing involves influencer marketing nowadays. And CRM marketing, not the software, but CRM in the sense of customer relationship building and management. So now I have 17 actions, topics, things that usually someone responsible for managing the marketing of a Drupal store needs to do or guarantee that it's done. All of them, almost all of them are no code. You just need to install or use Drupal or Drupal Commerce with the tools they have by default, or install a contributed module. You are going to see what are the modules we need to build this and this. Okay. First, this one is the first because in marketing we need to measure everything. We need to know if the things we are doing are having an impact, or what are the results. If not, we need to change them, adapt them. For that, you need to see what's happening, how many visits you have, how many sales you have, what are the channels that brought the most number of purchasers. Google Analytics is like the #1 tool for web analytics and app analytics. This July, they ended Google Analytics 3, and they forced everyone to jump onto Google Analytics 4. That was, on my opinion, something very badly done, because they didn't guarantee the migration of data, so all the data was lost. And the solution they gave was to export some reports to Excel. I don't know how a company this size can do this, but they did it. So if you have Google Analytics, you had like a decade of data that you could analyze, etc., and it was all lost. In Drupal, I think this year this was the #1 request from all the customers. We need to change to Google Analytics 4. Google was always sending emails telling them that they are going to lose all the data, etc. Drupal was late for this. I think the solution to have an integration, not Google Analytics 4, Google Analytics 4, the module, the normal, it's one of the most installed modules on Drupal. The module Google Analytics supported Google Analytics 4, I think, for a couple of years now already. But the integration with the Drupal Commerce and the e-commerce functionality of Google Analytics 4 only came a couple of months ago. Okay, this is the only solution working at the moment. Okay, it's Google tag. You just put the Google Analytics tag there. That is called Google tag now. It's just one tag for all the services of Google, and this module automatically sends the events that Google Analytics 4 needs to record the purchases, what product was purchased, what stage the funnel of the checkout the customer was, etc. So Google Tag, it's the module to install to have this. almost all the marketing done nowadays for online stores has to have some kind of promotion or coupon, because people got so used to buy online with discounts that it's almost very difficult to sell anything without a promotion. What I see is many customers doing is they inflate the prices so they can give a promotion, they can give a discount and use it in coupons, etc. Drupal Commerce as in its offering, standard offering, as a very complete offering. You can have all these options, like buy one, get another, fixed amount of each matching product in value or percentage. It's very complete with, and also each offer you can have conditions. Conditions on you can say if it applies or doesn't apply, if it's compatible with other offers or not, and you can of course build your own custom offer plugin. This needs code, but it's possible. As I said, influencer marketing is one of the most used strategies in the present time. It's also possible to do that with Drupal Commerce easily, just using commerce promotion. It's a module on the core of Drupal Commerce. Most of people know Prozis. Prozis does this a lot. They have their ambassadors. When they say, "I just use my coupon and get 10% off," okay, this is a campaign built like that. Using Drupal, you can create a coupon for each influencer, and then see using views, etc. Get extract the data about the sales they generated and give their commission, etc. Also, if you want to create something that needs to have an account created, you can have your users share, or you share by email a referral link that when the new user creates an account using that referral link, that information is credited to the original sender. The module is user referral enhance. In marketing, it's very difficult. It's very expensive to get a new customer. The cost of acquisition is getting higher and higher. So it's better that when you get a customer, you can have more from that customer, not having him buy only one time, but keep buying, increase the frequency of buying. Usually, a strategy that works very good is implementing a loyalty program. And usually also, this is done by, if you buy X, you get a number of points. Then you can use those points on your next purchase and get your discounts that way. You have a module, contributed module, commerce user points, that does that automatically. It manages all the points that each user has, how many points you will get for each euro spent, etc. The module is commerce user points. This is something that Drupal in general it's lacking. I think there are some movement to change that. I don't. Most probably some of you don't know, but Drupal by default doesn't send HTML mails. See, that's kind of how can that be in 2023? But of course, you can have that using contributed modules. Now the de facto standard is Symfony Mailer. Before that was Swift Mailer. You need to change everything now to Symfony Mailer. What that module does mainly is allow you to send HTML emails. It has other things like having attachments to email, etc. Drupal Commerce. When you install Drupal Commerce, he automatically installs Symfony Mailer, so you are okay sending HTML emails, but you only send one email. It's only, by default, it only sends one email to your customers when the order is placed. That's the only email that is sent. By installing this contributed module, Commerce Email, it's from Centauro also, the company that is maintaining Drupal. You can install it and create how many emails you want that react to Drupal Commerce events or others if you build a plugin for that. So you can send an email when the order is shipped, when the order is canceled, when the order is paid in full. You can do that with this module. Also, it uses tokens, so you can build your template, your email and place tokens, and the information is automatically, it gets information from the order details, and you can build the email however you want. You should have a newsletter. Newsletters are a major source of sales for online stores. Whenever I say that, at least you should be sending a newsletter every week. I see that on my customers. Whenever they send a newsletter, the sales increase, just like that. So there's a lot of offering in this area, mainly because of that, because it's something that is mandatory. In Drupal, you have Simple News. This is probably one of the oldest modules in Drupal. You can build your own MailChimp inside of Drupal without spending anything on fees. Then you have the commercial service. The most popular one is MailChimp. Everyone knows that. There's a big module also on Drupal that you can install and integrate with MailChimp.
Yes, and there's also Matic, which is an open source tool. So Matic is an open source tool.
Yeah.
Very similar to MailChimp, and then we can present about it later.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
That was what I was saying. I was anxious for that talk. I was talking with my colleague that is there, Gonzalo, exactly about that we are going to start using Mautic just for most of our customers pay MailChimp. Okay, so if you have like 30,000 new subscribers, your bill will be 350 euros or something like that. So, and this is a small number, okay? Imagine if you have triple that. And so the idea is to use Mautic to send the emails, and because that's something that Simple News doesn't have. Simple News, you need to place the HTML there, and most of marketers don't want to do that. They want to place blocks and change the font, etc. And Mautic allows that, among other things. So the next time, Mautic will be there. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
With Matic, you can even do personalization based on the preferences of the user with the products out of your Drupal. So it really ties into the Drupal ecosystem very well.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm a big fan, and I'm going to stay to one of the last ones just because of that talk. This is probably you don't know, but when you have online store, more than 90% of your carts are abandoned. People add to the cart, and they don't finish it. So whatever you can do to change that, to lower that percentage a little bit, will help a lot on your bottom line, on increasing your sales. A very common strategy is to implement a strategy, this that is, after a couple of hours or days, you send, if the user doesn't complete the checkout, you send him an email with some funny text telling, "Oh, we miss you," or something like that. Here are the products you left on your cart. You can do that with Commerce Abandoned Carts. It's a contributed module. Also, another thing, if you see all this is working on the channel email. It's very important for online stores. When your product is out of stock, you shouldn't just say out of stock. Okay, there are even customers that when the product is out of stock, they take the product page out, so they lose all the Google rankings, etc. You shouldn't do that. You should leave the page there and place a small box saying the product out of stock. Place your email here, and you'll get a back in stock notification when it is available again. For that, you have commerce stock notifications. You can do that automatically. Of course, you need commerce stock module. That is the module you should. There's other options, but that is the standard, the recommended one to manage your stock on your store, commerce stock. Also, another thing you can do to improve your sales and your customer support, it's to have a live chat button on your store that your customers can talk with someone in your company to help them with their questions. This is something that depends on the customer. Some people love to talk on this, to ask. Myself, I've never used anything. Just it's only a way to get support. But many customers, they don't like they like to see the product, but they don't like to do the checkout on the pages. They like to send an email to someone and doing some questions, and it's the representative, the support representative, that places the order. They just don't like. So you shouldn't lose those customers, because usually it depends the product you sell, but usually they are very good customers. They are usually older people that buy much, but they don't like to put the credit card, etc. Okay. Probably this is something that you don't understand. Why, whenever you enter a store, there's a pop-up. I hate it also, but the truth is that it works. Yeah, it's if you put a pop-up, usually the conversion rates increase. If you give them something like that, get 10% off if you supply. This is like a marketing technique. Usually, it's okay to get a new subscriber to our newsletter. Cost is an objective, but that isn't the main one. What we want is to sell something, and this increases because they automatically see I have 10% now. Let me buy something. Okay, and what I recommend is to have them always. This works. You enter, you see a pop-up. This works. But if you have them in context, it's even better. For example, if you are on the product page and a pop-up shows with some recommendations, for example. So you can, pop-ups can help you on newsletter signups, promotions and sales alerts, promotion recommendations, on cart abandonment recovery, etc. For example, booking, there's a lot of pop-ups. If you are buying something, for example, you saw an hotel, and then you go to another one, you see a pop-up telling you this is only has one room, and you see I'm almost over. Okay, so commerce product review. People like to buy things with social proof. They like to be sure that someone said that was okay. For example, I buy a lot of books on Amazon, and always I go check the reviews, see the number 5s and the number 1s, see what the ones say. Usually the ones are very good. They tell me about if the book is really good or no, or if it just, and I've not bought many books because of the reviews. Okay, this one is on Google. When you are searching, you can have your products appear with on the search engine pages, appear with the review, the price, the picture. This can be easily done just installing meta tag, and this module, schema or data meta tag, you just have to put in the products automatically tokens, and it builds Google and also Facebook. Get the schema that is on the HTML and builds rich snippets for you for free. The problem with this is that if you have complex stores that have multi-prices, multi-language, etc., sometimes, for example, if you're selling in pounds and euros, which one do you show? You see, for that there's other solutions, better solutions. This is built on top of that. You can Facebook and Instagram, they can consume that information automatically and build a catalog for you also automatically without you doing anything. The problem is the same. If you have different currencies, you can, when searching, you can see a price that is not the real price in your country. Just using modules, you can send CMS and push notifications for your customers. For CMS, there's a lot of modules, but SMS framework, I think it's the best one. It's a complex module, but it's okay. You have also, I didn't put it there, but you have views block operations for CMS. It's nice. You select your customers. If they have the field, the telephone number there, and if they give you permission for that, you can send them notifications or promotions. Also, if you have a mobile app, you can also do that. I've built for the last one, VBO push notification, where you can send push notifications to your mobile apps using Drupal, just with Drupal and views. If you want to take for your products to the next level, you should build a product feed to where for example, Amazon Marketplace, Quanto Custa in Portugal, Google Shopping, etc. They consume your product feed, just a XML feed with all the data they need. Usually, the standard is the Google Shopping XML. You can build that just with modules, views that export, image URL formatter, and Google product categories. This one it's interesting because what it does, you need to give your product what is the Google product category, and you install that, and it'll give you a list of all the categories. You can choose that. And if you want a more advanced implementation, for example, when you have multi-currency, multi-descriptions, etc. You can use this module, Commerce Product Feeds API. Here you need code, okay? You need an event that alters the data being sent, but it's very, very, very interesting. For example, I'm finishing, for Portuguese customer that has a lot of pharmacies. Quanto Custa has a marketplace. When you want to sell price, things that you know that your price is very competitive, you should invest in Quanto Custa, because they have a lot of traffic and they drive a lot of sales. What we did, you can manage all that in Quanto Custa platform, but the customer didn't want to have to go to the store and then to do the shipping and change the status, etc., of the orders on Quanto Custa marketplace. So we using integration only, we built using the Quanto Custa API. We manage all the orders. We replicate the orders inside Drupal Commerce, and we change the states. We do the shipping, and we communicate back and forth with API. The customer no longer needs to go to Quanto Custa to do that. And finally, you can also do automatic translation just using modules. If you want to have your product in several languages, you can do that with a translation management tool and a plugin for Google, and that's for Google for all the suppliers. I'm also another one I want to see. It's about OpenAI. I think one thing that it's really, really useful, for example, it's having your, yeah, but another one that I think is interesting. It's doing the description of products using like something like ChatGPT. You see, he sees the picture, or you give him some introduction, and he throws a big description for your product. That is something that the customers usually hate doing because it's very time consuming. Not everyone likes to write, so that is very, very, very useful. And now I finished. Okay, thank you. 45 minutes exactly. Yeah.
Sim.
Fechou. Vais usar som? Não? Não vais usar som. Não.
Certo. Não tinha foto.
Isto tem algum problema com o rato? Quando ligo, perco o rato. Eu quando ligo, perco o rato.
Não, deve estar em ligação.
Não está. Ele fica preso ali no ecrã. Ora, ele aqui funciona bem. Vou aumentar a coisa disto. É performance. Como não uso o faço ideia. Imediatamente fica preso. Será que ele me dá?
Esquece o rato? Também não está.
Não, eu também trouxe. Eu não percebo se este não funciona.
Depois isto está a apresentar e depois...
Done. Alright, it works.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hope
Hope everyone's having a good day. So I'm here to present Security by Design. Okay. My name is Bruno Carreira. I'm a lead engineer for Drupal at Entity Data Portugal. Okay, this is some of my credentials. I even have my LinkedIn there. We even had a joke of putting the Open to Work tab on the profile picture, but I think the company wouldn't like it too much. And I'm here to talk to you about Security by Design. Okay, I'm going to explain a little bit further of what is Security by Design and what I'm here to present. But first, I want to make an introduction to the dream. Okay. Fort Knox. Has everyone not heard of Fort Knox? Okay, so it's a gold storage. Okay, it stores gold from United States and several other. Some people try to get in, some people try to keep it safe. Depends on the movie we're seeing. But it's considered one of, if not the most secure place on Earth. Okay, it has a small a small army protecting it. It's supposedly protected against cyber attacks. It has contingencies for nuclear war, natural disasters, everything we can consider, it's protected. Okay, and that's pretty much what we try to do with our websites, right? We want to make sure it's protected against everything. But we kind of know that's actually not what happens in practice. Okay, so these are some of the statistics we learned from last year, and you can check them all here in the pages where I got them. For example, 50% of all CMS applications had were outdated at a point of infection. Okay, and we're thinking, well, that's easy. We should have just updated the module. Yeah, it's easy, but 50% of the websites didn't have updated modules. When we go and see, okay, 70% of infected environments had a backdoor somewhere on the environment. 70% is a lot, right? And a most alarming statistics, at least for me, it's that according to Security Magazine, around 40 seconds we have some sort of a cyber attack. Okay. Of course, this counts every single sort of cyber attack. So maybe if our grandmother had a phone with just 1, 2, 3 passwords, that also counts, but it still goes into the statistics. Okay. And so the dream is Fort Knox, everything protected, but this is actually the reality. And so what we set out to do in our company is to build a document, okay, the Security by Design document, that will help us have security integrated naturally in our development. Okay, this especially for newcomers, people that join the Drupal community, new developers, new joiners, that they see cybersecurity as a big monster. Okay, such a huge problem we should have. And so what we did is we picked up basic security guidelines that we should all follow, a couple of lessons from projects that we had in the company, and also, of course, went to the beautiful Drupal community to find expertise in other places. And so this document that I'm going to present here, the ideas I'm going to present here, I just want you to take it with a grain of salt, okay? Because this is a little bit of the average of what we believe should be done, okay? We have a website has tons of permissions, the client is very picky, maybe what we're presenting here is not enough, you need to make it a little bit better. And if you have a website, it's just a bunch of text, non-confidential, you can just go there and make a couple of comments. Maybe what we're doing here is a little bit of overkill, okay? And again, this is information that we gathered, okay? You may have found different modules for what we're going to present. And if so, you have another ones, bring them up. I think we should all appreciate. So, that good first sentence, Drupal has a good community. I think we all know we're all here for it. These modules that I'm going to present next were gathered by some research we made on the Drupal.org, okay? Number of websites used, feedback from the community, and also, like I said, lessons that we had in our projects from the company, from current and past ones, okay? And so, first one, security review. For those who don't know, security review is a nice neat module. Okay, it basically gives us a checklist of issues that our website can have. Okay, I'll always put the modules here so you can gather if you don't know the module yet. It gives several checks. For example, responsible Drupal admin permissions. Okay, so for example, if our website has, I don't know, some sort of bypass for anonymous users, just sending it out there. Maybe in a specific project that should be done. I don't think that's usually how it's done. And so this will give that check. Okay, this will alert the developer that this project or has that permission that maybe it's not correct. Okay, if it is correct, we'll leave it. We'll just have that red line, but at least gives us, forces us to double check if everything is okay. Another example, if passwords are included in emails, okay, sensitive information, okay, that's a big topic from a couple of years ago. This also makes that check, okay. One thing we do need to make sure is, unlike the other modules that I'm going to present next, this one doesn't make any changes to our website, okay? It's a checklist, and we need to go line by line and make those changes if we want to, okay? That's always good to notice. The second one that we felt important, again, this is not a rating of what's more important or not, it's just a list. But the second one is Security Kit, probably one of, if not the most known module for this. Okay, it protects us for a bunch of different sort of vulnerabilities, cross-site scripting, cross-site requests, forgery, clickjacking, among others. So for example, when it comes to clickjacking, we should have the header as the same origin, okay, it won't allow us to have some malware hidden there to send us to another place. The certificates, the SSL certificates should always enable the strict transport security header, okay? It should be set to 1 year, okay? In value in seconds, if I'm not mistaken. And for example, when we talk about among others, one thing that we all love is just log in our computer and have everything autocomplete in our forms. Well, this is actually, when it comes to especially login and registration, this is not very good, okay? And this module actually blocks that, or allows us to block that, because if the hacker gains access to your physical computer, physical mobile, autocomplete will just do the work for him, okay? You won't even try to guess the name of your childhood pet or something like that, okay? So, next up we have password policy. Password policy basically forces the users to be a little more clever. Like I said, now having your childhood pet as a password, it allows us developers to have a better configuration, and we can input several constraints. Okay, these are the ones we consider to be, again, average. Okay, can be less, can be more. For example, the user should reset their passwords every 2 to 3 months. Okay, they should have at least 12 characters and follow the good rule of every single character type. So capital letters, small letters, symbols, digits. Okay, and I think this goes a little bit without saying, but if we just use admin, this one also blocks it. Okay. Again, especially when it comes to login policies and password policies, this should always be taken care of with the clients if we're working for a private client, because they need to have their own business requirements and so forth. But this is what we advise to at least do. Okay. The next one, login security. So login security, basically it's not related to the password itself, but it's on the login attempt. Okay. And it's a module that gives us several protections. So, for example, what we advise people to use is to limit the number of failed attempts. Okay, because if you don't know your password by the 5th attempt, you probably don't know your password at all. Okay, and this actually should be resetted after 24 hours. Okay, because in that dark day, we were just randomly putting our passwords, or even in our pockets, maybe it blocked because of that, but we should give the user the ability to do it after at least a day. One cool feature about this is that if we try to, so it blocks up to 5, but if we have someone try to brute force their way in, after 10 attempts, the administrators get a warning. Okay, so this is a good warning. On the logs, we should see a brute force attempt of some sort. Okay, and it's actually really neat because we may be aware, okay, maybe something is happening to our website and someone is trying to force their way in. Again, login policy should always be agreed. Okay, maybe your client says, okay, 5 failed attempts is too much. I believe in my phone it's 3, and the reset time is 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So it can change. Last but not least, we have CAPTCHA. Those little annoying forms that nobody likes to fill, but they're actually very, 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 very good. Okay, and the model CAPTCHA, so the model multiple site, it allows us to put a CAPTCHA on every form. Okay, and we should of course set it to case sensitive, so we don't have people just randomly put it there. And it also gives us a nice opportunity because we know it's annoying. So it gives the opportunity for us, the developers, to actually omit these types of challenges in a specific form if the user is already logged in and if he had answered that form. So if a person is doing something over and over again, we just answer the first one and then during the rest of the session, that's okay. Actually, on this topic, you had people asking me, okay, why not use, for example, another one? Because this is really intrusive for the user. And it's true, we all know we're trying to see something, buy something, and we have that CAPTCHA opening there. But the idea that the other person gave was to use honeypot. And for those honeypot, it works or tries to do the same as this, tries to avoid spam bots, but honeypot adds a hidden field over there. Okay, of course the users don't go search the inspect, and they don't search for that hidden field, so it's okay, but if the attacker knows what he's doing, going around honeypot, it's a lot easier than going through CAPTCHA. Okay. So we finished with the modules. So those 5 we considered the most important. Again, could be more, could be less. That's always up to discussion. And then we have good practices. Okay. And now you're going to tell me, well, good practices, why do you only have 7 up there? In the last website I visited, I found 50. True, I visited, 30 different websites in research for this, and I found 30 different good practices in every single one of them. These are ones, again, we consider the most important ones. And the first one is to avoid custom or hard coding. Okay, we all know Drupal, open source, and works in a modular way. Okay, and every time we're presented to a problem, we may find the need or the thinking of, okay, let me just go to PHP or whatever, just try to make a quick function to solve this. Maybe if I had this issue, the probability of the person next to me also had it, it's quite big, okay? So let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's first waste a little bit of our time searching for it. And once we search for it, maybe we didn't find, we need to do that hard coding. Let's always try to help the community, okay? So let's try to first make our solution and then make that solution available for everyone as a contrib module, okay? And that also helps us because we're not the only ones testing it. We'll have free beta testing on the community, which is always nice. Coding standards, not really too much to say about this. We're all coding in Drupal, so we should use always the standards that Drupal offers. They have a huge list on Drupal.org, and we can easily find them. Okay, just search on Google for development standards on Drupal. Never hack core. This is actually like this because we had developed that in the call we had. They actually started yelling, raising their voice saying this. So it's actually pretty fun. That's why I added these quote marks and the exclamation mark. We all know that the Drupal core interacts with every single other module, so if we try to mess around with it, probably not go well, okay? Plus, every time Drupal gets updates, we ourselves will have to make those changes again. Stay up to Drupal security versions. Okay, like I said, 50% of the CMSs were not updated. Okay, in Drupal it's extremely easy. Okay, the two easiest options: we go to status reports and we have a list of the update modules, or we can even subscribe to the newsletter that Drupal sends out, warning us of the issues and the updates to security to the modules about security issues. Okay, the security newsletter in your Drupal.org account, it's one of the checks there. Okay, it's really useful. Sensitive information. Okay, never paste sensitive information on public websites, and I think this goes without saying. This is not just for Drupal. I mean, this is everything in life. We don't just take our bank account and paste it on a random page. But when it comes to passwords, keys, even code, or code that we have for our self projects, if we're looking for a private client, we probably shouldn't share that code. And this goes not only to random websites, but also, for example, let's say ChatGPT. Okay, for example, not only ChatGPT, but for example, we should never paste specific what we have our code. Okay, maybe we can ask a function how to center a div. That's usually the first question we make. But we should never paste certain information there. Okay, they guarantee they don't share that with others, but let's always better be safe than sorry. Composer. Okay, I think we can all agree using Composer is the only globally accepted way of managing modules in Drupal, okay, installing them and updating them. And last but not least, code commenting. We all like to see things working. We all like to code and program, but let's not call it boring, let's call it the less exciting part is probably this one of having to explain our code to others. But one thing I think we've all shared is we're not just explaining it to others, we're also explaining to ourselves. At least I find myself looking for code I made 10 months ago, 11 months ago, 2 years ago, and I have no clue what's in there because at the time, I didn't take the time to put a well-documented block. Okay, and this helps because if I'm in the project, I move to the next one, the person is going to come after me, will need to read my code, and I want the person that came before me to do the same for me. Okay, especially when we're having security issues, if we need to go to a specific file and we waste more time reading the code than actually fixing the issue, that's a big problem. Okay, and so this is pretty much it. Thank you for your time. Like I said, always take this with a little bit of a grain of salt. Any experiences you have, please do bring that up. And I hope you enjoyed. Thank you. If anyone have any questions, please. No? Yeah.
Sorry. You have like an idea of a time frame in which the CMS installations become obsolete up to the point of infection? Is it like 1 year?
Talking about the statistics that I showed in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea. So I don't know if we're going to share the presentations actually, but I do have the link for that publication. And in the article it says, like I said, CMSs, 50% of CMSs were outdated. Now, what does that mean? Was there one single module? Was the, for example, core that was not updated? Was contrib modules? That they did not clarify specifically.
In your experience, are your clients sensitive to having to upgrade their CMSs, or you see many clients who do a one-shot job with a contractor, and then all it stays running forever?
Depends. It depends because it depends on the type of client. Usually, in our company, we try to always warn them about that, and we try to keep them aware. Okay, from time to time, this should be updated. But we have people that listen, people that don't. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Obrigado.
Just a quick note, there is a workshop going on at this moment. It's about understanding Drupal. Wendy is there. There is a low attendance on that, so if you're interested, it's on room 4 outside for the workshop. Okay, let's try. We're a little bit late, but it's not too much. So let's try and see if we can. And Bruno, thank you for reducing 4 minutes. That helps. Also, there is a, well, it's set up that there is a nice place where they have some tables with swag, a lot of swag out there. It's right outside, turn to the left. Inside you have like an aquarium hall, and there is a lot of, USB pens also. AP.
Tem que ser o mirror. O mirror é muito pequenino. Tem que a opção do mirror display. Onde é que está? Stop mirroring. É aqui. Okay. Okay. So I'll be just a quick intro. So I'm Ricardo. Some of you know me already. So this is my opinions and views. So I'm not representing ADP Associação Drupal Portugal for this. So please, just a disclaimer. And I'm not sugarcoating. So I'm not trees. I don't need to make Drupal look nice. But I'll give you my perspective here. So first of all, the blue doesn't. Okay, there's a subline. Basically, this is what we are seeing right now. This is not exclusive for Drupal, but we are did we have our greatest moment in the past? So are we declining? Actually, this session was created because someone asked in the chat, "Is Drupal dying?" And I already had other people asking that. And I'm not. Let's start with the data first. So basically, the data, and this also applies to WordPress, Magento, and so on. We see a curve, right? And if we go further, and if we see the versions, we'll see that more than 50% of the Drupal installs are Drupal 7 or even lower than that, and that's kind of green, right? And we have Drupal 8, 9, and 10 that are the modern versions of Drupal. There was a major refactoring between 7 and 8, right? And Drupal 9 will be end of life in November. So basically, only 2% will be from modern versions will be supported in 2 months or something. So obviously, 8, 9, and 10 are relatively easy to upgrade, and there are sessions for that, so you can check it out. But just to give you context, that probably most of the Drupal 7 won't be updated anymore. We had a lot of delays, tried to have people move from 7 to 8 and 9 and 10, and that wasn't the case. So I don't expect that a lot of versions from 7 will go into more recent versions. So basically, Another question is, do we have less developers? Because if we are seeing this is the number of modules per version, right? And we saw that we had a peak in 7, and we have less and less modules available right now. And still, Drupal is a huge project with a lot of developers, a huge community. It's one of the biggest projects with more contributors, but there are modules that are no longer supported or looking for maintainers and so on. And I'm not sugarcoating the thing, right? So these are basically the challenges that we have right now. Basically, we need to stay modern with the most recent technologies and so on. We need to find and retain talent. And if you are working on a company or by your own, you know that it's hard to get Drupal developers right now and keep them in Drupal as well. Managing cost and complexity, Drupal has a tendency to get big and complex and demand technical skills to maintain it, and it gets expensive for our end clients, so it's maybe harder to sell. Funding innovation and open source, this is a common problem to most of the open source projects. Basically, it's hard to get some of the value that the companies do with the Drupal projects back to the community. And so sometimes it's not easy to fund Drupal and fund innovation inside Drupal. And then improve the ease of use. There are a lot of visual editors around in WordPress and other communities that allow us to build a page like magic and something, and it appears immediately and so on. And in Drupal, we have like Layout Builder and paragraphs and so on. So yeah. And updating perceptions, there are the perception that Drupal is old, and yeah, like we are in fact more than 20 years into the business. So we are old, but we are not outdated or dead yet. So basically now Drupal is identifies itself as a DXP, not a CMS. Like basically before we were a content management system, now we are a digital experience platform. We are the same, but basically the same, but we are with a nicer name. And we are, so basically it's like the Drupal unique selling proposition. This is something that is used in marketing and management and so on. So I'm trying to see like what's different in Drupal that makes it stand out from the competition. And we are flexible and customizable. We can build with modules something unique and so on. So it's great. And we have a way to structure our fields, drag and drop, like manage the forms, manage the display and so on. So we empower the site builders to do things that usually like content modeling and so on was only available for developers. This allows to get more people access to that. And we are great with multilingual and accessibility. It's a huge effort from the community to have people with less capabilities in terms of visual and so on to be able to access the project. And a nice thing is that we have large projects using Drupal, large organizations, and that's nice. And that's also good for selling Drupal. So like, I don't know, like average is using it and so on. That may help us. And in fact, the fact that we have a large community, it's also good to get help or even to sell and so on. But basically, if we like, if in Xcode, if we go from full custom code to no code, like we have like a lot of custom solutions with decouple and so on. And I'm only referring to dynamic content websites, not static sites like only HTML. So we have like custom solutions. We have Drupal. We have a huge player here that is WordPress, and we have software as a service like Wix, Squarespace, Webflow, whatever, right? And basically what we need is try to widen our audience, because right now we became a little like a niche product that is targeted to bigger organizations or more complex with more technical skills. And if we want to be relevant to more people, we need to make an effort to fulfill the needs of more people in a wider area, right? And this is like the virtuous cycle of relevance. Basically, if we are more relevant to more people, that will drive awareness and adoption. And if we do so, the project will have more jobs, more money, more business, and so on. So, and that money and jobs and that resources, human resources, the financial resources, might drive innovation and more features, a better product, and that will go again to be more relevant to more users and so on. And obviously, we could argue that this can go around. If we are less relevant, less money, less innovation, and so on. So it's a spiral that we want to be upward and not downward. So basically, what do users want? This is kind of the same line and different requirements or desire from different people. Like people that are more code-served, they want a linear code base, and Drupal is trying to clean up. They are obviously we are trying to keep backwards compatibility with the prior versions, and that make the code base a little more challenging. But it's something that is really important. We want more from outside. We brought Composer, Symfony, CKP editor, and so on. We need to bring more the things that are better from other communities. We need to bring to Drupal to be up to date. Better developer experience. Decouple should be like a first-class citizen. Should be very easy to do. Right now, I don't know if you did it. We did, and it's kind of hard still. The JSON API is, could be better. The integrating menus and so on, it's also challenging and so on. So I think we should have better decoupling, better tooling. There are a lot of great tools like DDEV and so on, but people that are coming outside from the community might see it challenging to get into it. And so, and the documentation in Drupal org, it's not bad, but it could be better. So I think there are room for improvement. And like easy to set up and maintain, this is a huge focus from the community. We are trying to have like a more streamlined approach since the start of the, if you click, like if you set up a project, to be able to create it, build it, and have it ready to show to the public in an easier way. And this like is kind of the sweet spot of the audience that we want to target, we as community. So there's a huge effort here, and a seamless content authoring. That's also the sweet spot, like how we visually build everything. Very important. And then there's also, in terms of people that want more automation and so on, this is unavoidable right now. We already mentioned here, like integration with artificial intelligence will have huge possibilities, and we can go around it. We can try to, if we ignore it, we'll be losing. So that's really important. Integrations, something that we are already very good, but we need to still be able to integrate with other services. If you go to a service, external service, you should have in the platform support. We should have Drupal everywhere. It's important to have people coming back and find it easy to play with and quick deploy. We shouldn't need to have a developer, DevOps engineer in all projects because that's scalable. We should have a default way to quickly deploy without a lot of technical needs. So basically, we won't be able to address all of these. And some of these are more challenging than others, and we need to use like a cost-benefit analysis to invest our limited efforts in some of them. So basically, there are already work being done, so that's the good news. A lot of work being done. There's incremental improvements that we are doing in core and in other modules to try to clean up, make it more modern, make more features and so on. We also have strategic initiatives that you may have heard. I'll refer later on a little more. And we have we are funding community initiatives in a new approach that I think is very interesting. So basically, the first one I want, basically we are trying. There's nothing much more to say about it regarding the strategic initiatives. If you see, basically beyond GitLab integration, they are basically everything about getting easy to set up and maintain and improve the user experience. This is something that Dries referred in this keynote several times right now, and they are most of them near to completion. So we are in good shape right now, but in that area. Today, this year, we had like a Shark Tank approach to Drupal. So basically, people were able to suggest what they want and how much money they want to implement those projects. And we had 6 projects funded. One of them, like Drupal Gutenberg, was funded by Automatic, the company that made WordPress. It's kind of nice example of coordination between open source projects. And it's I think the nice part about it is because there are like the things that the developers see as relevant, they pitch and they were rated by the audience, and the ones that get funded were the ones that were more relevant. And I think it's a nice approach. It will require some coordination to try to see what innovation will go into core, but I think it's a nice one. So, adding intelligence to Drupal, like AI, there's already a few modules. I'll share the presentation afterwards, and we have a bunch of links here. Try to get more information. Basically, there are already some modules that allow to improve search API and to get more relevant information, to try to get more recommendations for installation, content moderation, and so on. You can see it there. Basically, this is something that is transforming the world outside Drupal and needs to also change the way, because if we look forward a few years from now, probably most of the interactions are not even visual. Like, we won't go to our website. We'll say, buy me something in the store, something like this, and he will connect to the website in the voice interface, and we will be able to translate the requirement of the people as structured data in Drupal, and we'll put it there and do some other magic and reach whatever. So basically, this is very important, and this is part of this already. There's a lot of work being made here, and I think this will be very important to Drupal as well. So, what's next? And change is hard, but it's unavoidable. We need to do it, right? If we don't, then we'll die, and that's something that we should try not to. So basically, I think there are a lot of ideas that we can do, and we need to keep pushing for bold ideas in the project. And some examples, for example, we should be able to say, I want a Drupal website like we are, if we go to ChatGPT or Midjourney or whatever, and you put a prompt saying, I want an image with whatever, we should say, I want a Drupal website that contains a store that X and Y, and we should be able to build a Drupal website like that. Basically, this is very far-fetched. These are like wild ideas, you can probably see, but so basically I don't think that any of this is being developed right now. This is just looking way forward. But just as an example, that we should strive to think more ahead and be strategic about it. I think we should think about not only right now to have like JavaScript libraries as a first-class citizen, as I say, like to try to have an alternative to Twig, but we should also consider if we should replace the front end completely, because if we are hiring front end developers that know JavaScript and JavaScript libraries, and they say, okay, very well, thank you for that, but now you'll use Twig and you'll need to do pre-cross functions and so on to be able to style. I don't know. I think at least it's something that we should consider as a community. Then we should, I think, learn with things from outside. I don't know if you are familiar with Next.js. There, one of the things that they have, it's an incremental static generation. Basically, the Next.js creates static files. Basically, they are super fast. We converted our website from monolith Drupal into Drupal plus Next.js, and everything in terms of metrics increased very well, very much, because basically our static, you get static files, and if you change something in Drupal, that assets are regenerated. I think we should learn with that, and maybe we don't need Next.js. Maybe Drupal can do that, because if now Next.js is evolving a lot to server-side rendering, and I think that and say, okay, yeah, we are kind of touching Drupal already, right? So can Drupal do like this? Some of these? Can we bring innovation into Drupal? And maybe if we are using React or whatever, maybe we can do everything. So I think basically what I want to say is, I don't think that Drupal is dying. I think there's a future for Drupal, but basically we'll go where the community wants us to go, and we need to be strategic on the things that we want to do, and we need to be able to implement it correctly and basically on time, and promote the things that we are doing, and try to change the perception that Drupal is kind of outdated and so on. And I think that Drupal will be here for a long time, I hope, and I'm optimistic. Obviously, I don't want. There are challenges, obviously, that we need to work on, but I think we should be the future of Drupal. We should get back to the community, like with contributions or code or ideas. Ideas are great, and use it, help others, and yeah, and that's it. If you have any suggestions, I'll go on. Feel free. Yeah.
So you say Drupal is old. In your perspective, do you think Drupal is getting behind the most recent PHP technologies?
No, I think Drupal, well, in some areas, yes. For example, in content authoring, for example, if you have a client like a marketing person or whatever, if he's used to using something elementary in WordPress or something that is very visual and dragging and so on, and you'll say, okay, now you use paragraphs or layout builder or whatever. It's a challenge, and we saw with some clients of us saying, oh, the editorial experience is kind of so yes, there are things that we are kind of behind. There are like Acme has a specific thing and so on. So there are solutions there, but the main pipeline is not perfect in some areas. And there are room to improve.
So the community is not being able to have the same speed as other technologies?
Well, no. It's a challenge. So basically, when I see something that I can improve, I'll try to do it and share with the community. I think the problem is that sometimes it's hard to have people getting things back into the community, and if a company is profiting from Drupal, it's not necessarily something Drupal will sometimes don't benefit from that. So that's a problem, and we are kind of hoping that Acquia will save us all, and they don't need to, and they shouldn't do that, and we should have other ways. Also, Acquia should obviously contribute, and others, the big players, but we shouldn't be dependent on half a dozen companies to put money and resources into Drupal. We should be able, and there's also the problem of governance and so on. That's another topic.
So do you think the fact of being open source would be related to that?
Well, I think there are advantages and disadvantages. I think the fact that Drupal is still here is mostly part of being open source. Open source is a superpower, but it has some challenges because there are a lot of efforts in all the ways, in all the directions, and sometimes we need to be more strategic. And sometimes open source is hard to harness all that energy into a common goal. And so, yeah, but I think mostly open source is a good thing.
Of course, I'm not saying it. Thank you.
Any question or?
I have one question. So what do you think will happen with the Drupal 7 sunset? Like all of these websites will eventually be moved to Drupal, modern Drupal? Or do you think people just drop Drupal as a CMS and move to the next big thing?
Sometimes I'm asked to do some changes or maintain some Drupal 7 or even 6 websites. And I don't think there's most of our, from what I see with our clients, they have no intention to move it to Drupal 8, 9, or 10. Some of them, maybe 10% or something, will do it, but we are postponing the death of Drupal 7 for years now, right now. So if they didn't already, they'll likely won't do it. So I'm seeing that some of them are going or dying simply because kind of were from old websites that are not that relevant and they don't want to invest it. They maybe want to go to a different CMS or might be Drupal, or using, if it's, we have some use cases that they say, I need this content, but please make it a static website, and there are modules like Tommy, for example, to create from Drupal into static asset, and you can put it online and let it live without any security concerns because it's a static file. So they are mixed, but I don't think that the most of Drupal 7 will go into Drupal 8, 9, 10. But I think that the flip side is that you have like half of the websites already in the new framework, and I think that we'll still see an increase of adoption of these new websites, but we will need to struggle to be relevant to more people.
I still believe that we have a lot of Drupal 7 usage because people were postponed Facebook, and the decision to move Drupal 7 to 2025 allowed that.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm seeing less and less people that are in Drupal 7 that are still considering moving to Drupal 8 and 9. At the beginning, there are a huge effort and so on, and now, I don't know. My perspective from what I see in my company is that most of them won't go to any, but there are a few, and you can try to convert, and it's always a good attempt, but I'm not optimistic that we'll see all of a bunch of thousands of websites to become Drupal 8 now.
I have a comment about this. It's anecdotal experience, but it's my experience nonetheless. And the sensation that I get is that Drupal 7 and Drupal 8 Plus sites, or applications rather, are very different in nature. So for a long time, Drupal 7 was used to build websites. When you consider the definition of a website in 2010, 11, 12. And in the last 10 years, the landscape has changed dramatically, and Drupal 8 Plus gave us the tools to build proper web applications, not just websites. And what this means to me is that Drupal has become a specialist tool more than a generic do-it-all website tool like Drupal 7 aimed to be for a long time. And because of that, I think that the expectation of migrating Drupal 7 sites to Drupal 8 Plus might not even make sense, because we're talking about code bases and websites that are obsolete by nature. You don't want to have, in 2023, you don't want to build a website with the same goal that you did back in 2012. So that's a big part of this, and I think that we're just kicking the can forward, postponing and postponing and postponing. And I think that the reason why we do this is because I don't have any data, raw data about this, but I'm guessing that there are still a few rather big fish on the Drupal 7 pond, and most organizations are probably forcing Drupal 7 end of life to be postponed so that we can get those big fish on board for Drupal 8 and Drupal 9 and Drupal 10. But I don't even think this is something that is a recurrent theme every time we discuss the future of Drupal. How can we be talking about future when 50% of the Drupal websites are still stuck on Drupal 7?
And even Drupal.org is still Drupal 7.
Yeah.
Yes.
And, I mean, it's supposed to be. I mean, when you consider, I think if we know it has a lot of updates, but the Apache Foundation, Apache web server documentation has been around for like what, 30 years, and it's still serving the same purpose from day one. But there are a lot of Drupal 7 sites that were built in 2010, 2011, 2012, whatever, that aren't relevant.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, let's call it what it is. They aren't relevant. They don't need to be migrated to Drupal 8 Plus. And I think that one of the things that I might be wrong, and I would love to hear everyone else opinate on this, but I would love for Drupal 7 end of life to be tomorrow, and that way, half a year from now, we would still all be talking about what's coming next with Drupal, because obviously Drupal won't die in Drupal in potentially different market spaces or market sectors. It's not only growing, but it's growing at a unprecedented pace, because, like I said, it was a generic. With Drupal 7, we had a generic site building tool. You could use all of the cool things that Drupal has to build a website. It's no longer just that. It's a web application framework, and everyone who adopts Drupal at this day and age knows that, and that's the reason why they adopt it.
And I'm optimistic. I don't know if you noticed, but obviously I believe in the future of Drupal. I don't want to make it too green, but yeah, I think Drupal has, and I think Drupal 8, 9, 10 is better than 7 in all aspects. So yeah, sorry, go on.
So as you said, many of these Drupal 7 websites have been, some of them are changing to a static website. Many are not relevant anymore. And clients are not willing to pay to upgrade it. So do you think that the managers of these not relevant websites should concern about security issues?
Yes,
That is
yeah. If you
they are still linked to databases with personal information.
Yeah, of course, it is a security concern. And the same applies for someone mentioned like clients that give a project to a company and leave it as it is forever. And it doesn't matter if it's a 6, 7, 8, or 9. If you don't update your website, you are exposing increasingly more to vulnerabilities and so on. So, sorry, I think we are out of time. Sorry for, but thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 books here. How are we going to raffle this? Okay. Let's see. First, who is interested in one of these books? Okay. Who is not? Who is not? Let's try maybe this. Okay. Again, who is interested in one of these 2 books? Okay. Okay. I'm going to give 1 book.
And then the other one, let's say you choose the person. Put your hands in the air. Okay, so how do we do this? Numbers?
People with less hair.
Okay, and you already last one.
You already have a book.
Okay.
Okay, who's the youngest person here? Maybe that's a good. Okay, who's the youngest?
Younger than 40.
Anyone younger than 26?
You're not.
I'm 20. 20? I guess you win. I need to decide because this comes from like the top of the country always. That's a lot of work. Okay, so we have t-shirts. If you want, you can talk with me or we have it here. Oh yeah, okay. Let's sell the fish. Huh? Nice? Okay. So, if you want a t-shirt, come here, make a line, and we'll do that. Next, we're going to lunch. There is a canteen here, if you want. We have kind of limited number of people that can go there, but there are other places around. So I am going to the canteen, even if there are no.
Shall wait and rush.
Huh?
Shall wait and rush.
Okay. Oh, you want to eat? Okay. So t-shirts after. Okay. Don't forget the t-shirts because I don't want I don't want to take this stuff home. Maybe Entity Data wants to take a bunch of them. Gisele e o Al. Ajuda aí a escrever com ela. É para quem quiser. Gisele.
Ele para quem?
Onde é que nós fizemos? Está por baixo? Então, queres o M? O M, S. Mais. Miguel. Queres a maior de todas? A XXL. A XXL.
Ah, está aqui. Não, só XL.
Só XL. Só XL. Está aqui. É? Então vá, pega aí uma. Pode levar.
Cristiano, acompanha aqui o.
Hã? É, pede ali à porta. Ah, tá bem. Só lá. Queres um M?
Já está um bocado vantajado para ele.
Lá a Cátia diz já como é que é.
Estamos armados em Marcelo.
Assim, é para aprenderes um bocadinho de marketing. Tu lá em Bragança tens que ver o pessoal toda. Qual é o teu? Tu é? Sim, tu és um ano, claramente. Muito elegante. Já tens?
Lars.
Frederick
Wouters. Yeah, Frederick Lars.
Large
and medium.
Large and medium. Okay. You have to wear the t-shirts, huh? So we can promote more people to come into the
What's the size, Dominic? What's the size of it?
Large and medium.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Medium? Okay.
Peter.
That's the last CEO.
What's the size that you want?
Medium.
Medium. Perfect. That's perfect.
Oh, yeah, I'll just.
He's the money man.
You.
Ok, já
Olha,
fechamos alguns.
Posso transferir? Eu esqueci-me de levantar dinheiro. Se me emprestares, eu te dou 10 euros.
Do quê?
Para comprar uma shirt.
Ah, não, mas então descontas daí, depois dás.
Como é que eu
Não
estou
podes?
aqui?
Ah, pois, não sei. Não faço ideia. Não faço ideia, mas pões aí escrito. Francisco.
Por pagar.
Por pagar, pronto. Já tiraste?
Não.
Qual é?
XL.
XL?
XL. Olha, vou pôr isto aqui. Vou deixar isto aqui.
E põe aí uma Ricardo também.
Por pagar? Ou não?
Eu ponho já.
Isto é como um quiz que eu vou fazer. Tenho oferta no Festival Smokes.
Boa.
Mas não é para comer. Vou deixar aqui. Só para não...
Aliás, põe duas que eu levo aqui uma.
Estes dois. XL mais XL?
É. Não, XL mais M.
Ricardo, vou deixar o envelope, depois eu te volto no final.
Está bem, está bem.
Aqui, portanto, o Miguel já se pediu para passar a loja, não deixa ninguém ir cá a loja. O Miguel pegou-se? É. Porquê? Tive a oportunidade de ver.
Mas tens uma tua.
Vamos lá então.
Oh, Tiago, desculpa lá. Então e a lona?
A lona vai ali.
Quer dizer, não é estrito necessário saber agora. Elas, acho eu. E pelo menos podia elas. Mandaste vir assim a confiança?
E mandei vir vários tamanhos.
Sim, obrigado. Francisco está aqui, é só uma. Tá.
Podes pôr aqui isto.
Aí, também.
Já fizeste aqui?
Já.
Pois isto tem que dar certo, estás a guardar?
Tem que dar supostamente certo. Não é?
Tem que dar supostamente.
Tá bom. A gente que anda a engordar não emagrecer, por isso.
Vamos lá, olha, isto é do Marcelino.
E eu apenas dar acreditação. Eu ponho o croquete e estou atrás.
Agora, vou buscar também. Estás aí, Tiago?
Aí,
as cordas
de cima, exatamente. É bom, nem que seja para ficar aqui.
E tens de escrever, uma merda assim?
Tem tesoura.
Estava lá outra. Puxa essa e eu dou-te a outra. Assim, já fez? Tá, fixe. Toma lá outra já. Tens que amarrar a parte de baixo e ainda falta mais outra.
Esta a gente só vai amarrar o canto cá em cima e depois lá em baixo prende nos ferros. Esta e mais
Sim,
uma.
e mais uma que vamos fazer agora.
Vai já para baixo. Vou largar. Cuidado.
Eu seguro nela.
Não havia necessidade.
Estes chinelos não é grande coisa. Eu pratico muito o chinelo. Cuidado com as costas, se tem um ferro meio solto. Cabo.
Faça isto, não. Já percebi o teu problema com o sapão.
Ninguém pôs a porra dos microfones a carregar, vai ser bonito.
Este nosso realmente não é muito prático.
Então, se calhar desligados, não?
Agora, enquanto estamos no almoço, ainda são 2 horas. Eles tiveram a carregar antes das 10. Só para garantir 100%.
Parece estar tudo cheio.
Ah, é? Mas ele diz a bateria, ele canta.
Ou isso é só quando liga?
Oh, ok, deixa.
Vamos almoçar o quê? Ainda consegues almoçar? Nem que seja à pressa? É verdade.
Eu sinto que não almoço, só por isso.
Não é?
part.
They never answered me.
No.
Like he sent me back and then I sent him like the outline of the book and I pinged him a couple of times and then he never came back to me.
What did you speak with that guy?
It took me some time to.
They have a lot of things.
O que é que me apresenta no meu computer? Comunique? O que é que me apresenta?
Then a couple of months. Yeah, it was quite some time later.
She was the one that was the project manager for me.
Yeah, and I sent her in June. Yeah, so it was many months later.
Maybe they
or she's working. But I didn't get anything back. And then I sent her the outline idea for the book and everything, but never. And I sent her a couple of reminders, but managed died. So now that I see you, I think about it again. Alright.
Está tematizado. Não foi a cantina?
Foi.
Muito barulho.
Sim, poucos lugares.
Quando lá cheguei, arranjei logo uma mesa inteira. Depois juntar mais um pessoal.
Não, porque lá no canto.
É, mas para conversar é um bocado chato.
Então, ainda temos t-shirts? Não. Ainda temos galo? Olá, pessoal!
Está a gravar? Não.
Está. Está lá? Está. Está aqui?
É, para o ano ver se faço aquela apresentação. Trago o equipamento todo.
Qualquer coisa relacionada com o digital.
Já.
Hoje, por acaso, não é. Às vezes não é. Às vezes
eu ter assim uma coisinha só mais pessoal, assim, não quero estar a pagar mensalidades.
Não, por exemplo. Por exemplo. Por exemplo.
Às vezes pensava em muitas férias, coisas assim, pensava bem.
Não precisam ter aquela.
Eu trocava algumas férias por coisas
estatísticas.
Não, não. Do you manage? You need help?
I guess the thing.
Sim, já agora.
We try to see. I think it's working.
Muito booking, right?
So I turn it on. Yeah, it's starting now. The sound is working. Yeah. I think it's working. Okay. Now you have this thing here. This is for this is for picking sound.
That's for the sound.
Comigo, comigo também tivemos uma troca de e-mails assim. Não, não estou a dizer com ele, eu estou passando essa coisa de e-mails falando isso.
percebe que dá com sempre a começar. A todas as horas. Não, estou a brincar. Não, eu só percebi logo que o vosso setor trabalha com memórias diferentes. A pessoa tem que se adaptar também.
Que é a nossa produto também. Isto está, não é?
Eu conheço há muitos anos, não é? Conheço quando sei lá, não é? Agora trabalhar com ele nunca trabalhei. Mas havia fama. Ele planejou e quando começámos estas coisas do marketing, ele foi dos primeiros. Estava lá com a escola, era a escola de Portugal, isso. E depois passou a formação, Sim, mas eu nunca trabalhei com ele, nem tinha em conta de trabalhar com ele. Eu posso coisas que eles conseguem ver, é só ir ao site, está lá o link para a página no Facebook, não tem acesso, não temos nada. Quem temos.
Isto é algo nosso for criar.
Ao back-office, ali uma coisa back-office, podemos dar, pronto. Agora, nas outras todas, tem que ser tem que ser quem tem as contas. A identificação do usuário, quem tem as contas. Vocês têm que ficar com essas contas. O grupo online. Se a conta era vossa, era para fazer isso. Agora não conseguimos ajudar nem nada. Acho que se tiver alguém que depois falhe, nós conseguimos ajudar a vida. Não podem ser
expected by this.
There are stickers there. You guys need to go and pick the stickers. A lot of stickers. A lot of squad. No one goes there. So he's saying that Belgium has a demand for people going there and making some workshops in the university. You might want to talk to each other. Right? Yeah. Okay, let's start. Huh? Really? Yeah, I think it's something. Okay, you can try now. I will stay. Tam slide. Drop off with the but drop off with the
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. For the first session of the afternoon, bringing Matic and Drupal closer together. So this session will be more community session, little bit business, also a little bit exploring the Matic product as well. We won't go too deep into that. So who am I? I'm Dominic. I'm CEO co-founder of Drop Solid. I've been in the Drupal community for quite some time. Not so long in the Matic community, but we've been very active the last 4 or 5 years. And this session will be about how we can bring those two communities closer together and generate synergies which can benefit both communities. So first of all, what is Matic? Does anyone does not know what Matic is? Marketing automation tool. Marketing automation, yeah. So indeed, it's a marketing automation tool. In fact, it's the largest open source marketing automation platform in the world. So what it actually does, it does more than marketing automation. It automates repetitive marketing tasks. It automates business processes, and it personalizes your communication with your customers, but also with any type of users. Can also be in government, non-profit. It's a vibrant ecosystem. It's a bit of a community, a mix of marketers and developers. So it's a bit like the Drupal community, but a little bit different. So if we look at the community, how big is it? So it's growing. It's nicely growing. 2,000 members every 90 days. About 600 active contributors and 30K active installs. So that's what we can see from websites like BuildWith. And all this data is public from the Matic community, so you can track it. Just you could track it on Drupal. Okay. Yeah. Well, so who is involved? So you might see a couple of the same companies popping up who are also very active in the Drupal community, like Acquia and also Drop Solid. But then you see also companies we don't see in the Drupal community who are really specific to this project. Now, how is it run? It's very transparent. They use the open startup model. So they have a new governance model just released, and Matic 5 Alpha is also just released. And you see on the right side, that's the usage statistics, the new instances that come online. No. So how does it compare to Drupal? So if you look at Drupal, so Drupal is a lot bigger. And there's almost 1 million people involved in the Drupal community. There's 8,500 active contributors, so that's more than almost 13 times as much. And Drupal is still growing with 2,000 registered users a month. So we had the presentation earlier about the question, is Drupal dying? I think it's still growing. It's not growing as explosively, like for example, around the years of 2014, 15, when it really took off in popularity. Then there was a peak where 40,000 new users registered on Drupal.org. Yeah, that's almost 1,500 new people every day. But like right now, there's still 2,000 people registering anew on Drupal.org. Which is more than on the Matic project in its entirety. And there's 1 million installs, so yeah, Drupal is definitely Matic's bigger brother in terms of size. However, if you look at, oh, I think I skipped something here. No. However, if we look at Mautic, well, it's actually growing by installs faster than Drupal. It's growing more. If you look at the total number of installs, that's going down in Drupal, but in the previous presentation that has been explained, I think Mautic is in a place where Drupal was in 2015, where it's ready to be introduced to a bigger audience. Now, what's in it? What are the features in Mautic? Just to give you an overview of what is in it. So, if you're familiar with marketing automation, you will probably see nothing new. There's a contact database. There's a way to segment audiences. There's a way to manage leads, the scoring. To communicate through multiple channels, emails, but also SMS. You have the multi-step campaigns, there's reporting, there's campaign and journey design, web forms, and a preference center to set up what kind of emails do you want to get. Now, for example, contact management, it looks like this. It's pretty similar if you have worked with a tool like HubSpot, which is like the closed source competitor of Mautic. It's also exactly in the same segment of HubSpot. It's actually used by small and medium enterprises and even SMBs. So it is also used by larger enterprises, but the market sweet spot is actually in the SME. So yeah, you can see what does it do. It tracks everything a user does on your website, even when they're anonymous. And once they give you the email address, then once they identify themselves, you also get the whole history on everything they clicked on, every form they filled in. So it's a huge database of user activity and user behavior. So you have the audience segmentation. So you can see here, like in the example, you can set it up and like target different industries. Like for example, if someone's in the healthcare industry, you can put them in a separate segment and send them emails. So that's basic email marketing functionality. Then you have lead scoring. So lead scoring, for example, is what happens when a user, for example, clicks a button, a call to action, or downloads of something, or fills in a form, or visits X amount of pages, or returns X amount of time to the same page. You can give that user a score, and based on that score, you can trigger actions. And there's an email builder. Email builder is a classic WYSIWYG drag and drop. It's a bit like layout builder in Drupal, but then for emails. It's Grape.js is used to do this. Reporting, you can build all kinds of their standard reports, custom reports. The form builder. This is where you build the forms that you can later then embed in your website, and you do that using a Drupal module. So it's as easy as that. And the preference center, where you can configure your own preferences, which allows you to also be compliant with the GDPR laws. You do this, and then to embed in the website, for example, you see this Drupal interface with the layout builder, and you can select the form which the module will deliver you. So how is Drupal connecting with Mautic? So there's the Mautic module on Drupal. So if you install that one, like
all these things become available in your Drupal site to configure in blocks and in paragraphs and layout builder and whatnot. Then there's also the Matic paragraph, which yes, is also contributed by Dropsolid, which allows you to use the paragraphs module with Matic and embed forms using paragraphs. And then there's other config, contrib, there's the Matic web form, the cookies Matic, commerce Matic. Haven't used that one. There's several modules you can use to cover it. So there's a lot of out-of-the-box stuff already available in Matic. Now, Matic plus Drupal. We heard earlier in the earlier session, Drupal is being marketed as a DXP. It's kind of the same as a CMS. It's not. I was thinking, okay, I think the confusion is that Drupal as is, yes, indeed, it's still a CMS, but it is the core of the DXP. It really integrates well as a central component, a central engine of the DXP. But what is different? What is actually the difference between a CMS and a DXP? Because you could think, it's just a new way to present the same thing. It's just marketing shizzle whizzles to make it new. How do you say that? Sell old wine in new bags. But there is actually a very fundamental difference, and that is in the DXP, you have not only content, but you also have data. So that's very important to know. So the jump from CMS to DXP, and that's why they call it a DXP, is because the data component is far more present. Why is that? In the past CMS, okay, you could put content on the website and you build menus with all the different target audiences, and people will click around and find who they are and then find the right page. Like these days, because of advances, users are used to know me and deliver me what I need to know. So, and how to do that? Yeah, you put the customer central. You don't make him search that much. You have to pull the data from all the systems, the product systems, the assets, the customer relationship management, and then you have to put it out through all these channels. And then obviously the user is doing things. He's clicking things. He's filling in things, he's downloading. So from that, you get a lot of behavior data. And it's exactly this behavior data that we are going to leverage in the CMS. We're going to analyze it automatically or define new actions based on it. We get insights, and then we make our channels adapt to it, so we send different content to different users. And to be able to effectively do this, we need to reuse components, content, assets in the same way. And this is where we come to what they call composable. And you have composable on the level of how your application is structured, but you have also the term composable content, where you have all these different content building blocks that you assemble based on what you know of your user. So the old way of thinking, I have a page about this, kind of stops. You have a page with all different types of information about a certain topic, but you will assemble pages based on what you know of your user. Yeah. And to do that, yeah, you need all these tools, and you see a lot of functionality like the form builder, the page builder. A lot of these things Drupal provides just out of the box. There's a couple of things Drupal does not provide out of the box, like for example, personalization, campaign building, lead nurturing. These things Drupal is not providing out of the box. So I think this is where you get to, this is a very simplified architecture diagram. You come to a point where you have two layers. You have the experience layer and you have the data and the content layer. And Drupal is actually the perfect tool to mix this together, but it needs other systems to manage it. And that's where a tool like Matic comes into the picture. And if you want to go even more advanced, you can use a full-blown CDP to merge even more data streams. But this is not in the scope of the presentation today. So we'll focus on Matic, because actually Matic can do this also a little bit. And obviously all these things they have to integrate with the other tools in the enterprise architecture of a company to pull together the experience. And then you come to what we call a composable architecture, where you have different tools that you put together, like a CMS, customer data platform, marketing automation, analytics. And Drupal always has been a composable CMS. Why is it a composable CMS? Because it has 40,000 extensions. I think I need to update it. Last time I read it, it's 50,000 extensions in Drupal. You could call that pretty composable in terms of functionalities. As far as I know, there is no other product on the market that offers this kind of extensibility on the CMS level. And you have the same ecosystem on the Matic level. There it's not called modules, it's called plugins. But yeah, it goes with the same principle. So just recap a little bit, because I've said a lot. The most important thing to remember is that to go from CMS to DXP is that you go from just content to content plus data. Then you can call it a DXP. So using Matic as a customer data platform and build those profiles and personalize through the channel, how does that work? How can we, by adding Matic to the mix, how can we do that? Yeah. So what do you need to do? You install Matic on your website. You capture the online behavior, even from the anonymous users. You can go to Matic and you see the list of all the anonymous users and you see all the behavior data there. And you can start building segments on top of this and use these segments in a Drupal site to show different call to actions. So you don't even need a full-blown CDP, because what does a CDP do? A CDP ties in different data streams. You can already personalize your website just using Matic, even for the anonymous users. That's already a possibility. So just bringing Matic and Drupal together gives you the right to say, now I have the minimal form of a real DXP. Yeah? And how does that work then? Like, for example, if we go in such a lead flow, you can say, based on these segments, you can say like, okay, if I have this, if I'm on this level, I'm going to send this email and you don't even, but at this point you have the email address, of course you can, because otherwise you cannot send an email, but you can already personalize the pages on the website, triggering the behavior to capture the email address quickly. And then that's also to also call it a real DXP, according to Gartner, you also have to provide the analytics. So it kind of comes out of the box, but there's also an integration with Google Data Studio, which you can install and build all the dashboards that you need. You can see, like, okay, based on all these different segments, okay, what are the conversion rates, what is the time on site. That's something you cannot do just in Google Analytics. They won't, there's no option to segment your traffic based on behavior. That's what you are doing on the level of Mautic, but you can send this to Google Analytics using a custom dimension. And this custom dimension segments the data in Google Data Studio, and you can segment that. You can do the same thing on the level of emails. Doing this, you have the minimal that is needed to call it a DXP. So you might wonder, okay, that's good. That's all in theory. Now, show us some cases. Where did you do that? How did it impact the customers? Like, for example, we have this is a government institution, is a tourism for Flanders. So it's websites. They deploy websites all across the world to attract tourists to Flanders. So they actually used Mautic and Drupal together in a multi-site, multi-Mautic setup. So every country where Belgium or Flanders is paying someone to do marketing to bring tourists to Flanders, they are using this system. And if one person makes a template, the other ones can also use it, and they can even share contacts through the whole thing, building this. And another case is Inagro. Inagro is it's a service, like a laboratory service for agriculture. They send 7,000 different emails. So almost every contact in their database gets a different email based on their behavior. And they do it by pulling the content from the Drupal site, automatically injecting it in the mail, and using the behavior of the user and the preferences, if they are registered, to send them that email. This is the union of the farmers. They use the personalization from anonymous to authenticated users to get more revenue from their ads. And it's they just see, like, depending on if you are into cattle, you don't want to see things about growing tomatoes, so it's like really optimizing the website, not expecting the user anymore to search, I am this one, so I have to click in the menu this. No, it will just know and gives you a personalized version of the website. And this is all possible just with Drupal and Mautic together. So I think that gives a lot of return on investment if you bring these two together. And if you look at that, like this maybe for the Drupal agency owners to make their offering more valuable, the business value of a DXP far exceeds that of just a CMS to put out content. If you look at all the different communication, different units in a business, from communication to customer success, operations, marketing, even HR and IT, you can find use cases where you can increase the engagement, increase the conversion rate, increase the efficiency. Because, like for example, we have a case with the hospital. It's one of the largest hospitals in Belgium. They do 800,000 appointments every year. They hospitalize 80K patients a year. Just improving their search results on their website with a relevancy from 50 to 95%, decreased the number of telephone calls by the same factor, saving them like many hours a day, saving them like FTE. So it's not only marketing and sales, it's also operational efficiency if you can deploy that correctly. Now, what would be the benefits of bringing the communities together? Here, the Drupal community, there's also the Matic community. I think bringing them together is it's really a great idea, and I will tell you why. I have a couple of points. So first of all, if you want to get involved, there will be a code sprint at DrupalCon Lille. And if you want to know more, just speak to me. I will put you in touch with the people there. The product lead of Matic is our director of engineering, works at Dropsolid, used to be a Drupal developer, DevOps guy, so he's now leading Matic product development. So Matic is really also going to the next level in terms of framework. Like where in the past, like everything, someone starts coding, you make choices. Now with Matic 5, you're really going to another level, making it more composable. So I think for a developer, although I don't develop much anymore, it's a challenge to bring this product to the next level, and it's really growing. So. And you can make a lot of impact. A core patch on Matic, it just can take days, while on Drupal it might take some time to get there. So you can make a lot of impact here, and it's all Symfony. So if you're developing on Drupal, Matic should be an easy jump. Now. Another thing that we try to do at Dropsolid is bring all these things together on Drupal.org, and you can find it on project/DXP. There's nothing there yet, but it will be there very soon. So we have the installer with out-of-the-box integration with Matic. And it's just like, it will be a recipe to install Drupal and Matic, and it will just work out of the box, saving you a lot of time to do this. So this means that you can develop faster on top of this. And then if you're an agency, what about selling Drupal and Matic together? Yeah. That's what we also try to do, and it seems to be working for a lot of customers, bringing all these different ideas together, bringing it together in one product. It gives you far more opportunity to create value. You have a selling story then, that you're not only building a website, but you're actually going to bring something in your customer's company or organization that saves money and makes money. And it could also differentiate you, especially if you're technically strong. I think it's an opportunity, because regular marketing agencies, we kind of see them struggle on these types of projects where this integration has to be done. So even for the more technical agencies, I think it's an opportunity. And then, of course, yeah, it's, as I said, it's PHP Symfony. It's an application. We have several Drupal developers in our teams who picked up building on Matic. So it is doable. If you're a good programmer, you do a couple of weeks, you get a training, you can do it. It's not rocket science. It's if you can do Drupal, you also can do Matic. Drupal is difficult enough, so should be no problem. And then, of course, you can start it for your own Drupal agency as well. Like you can use it for yourself to generate demand and get to know the product better and integrate it with your own Drupal website. So all these things if you bring it together, all these things bring a unique value proposition to the table if you can combine them. So I think Drupal, and that's why I like to tell this on the camps, to get as much people from the Drupal community into the Matic community, because Drupal is notoriously a very strong technical community, and Matic now is on the verge to really strengthen its framework. So they could use the power of the Drupal community to accelerate it. And on the other hand, I think Matic brings the missing piece of the puzzle to really call Drupal a DXP. Because, in fact, Drupal out of the box, you cannot call it a DXP. It is the engine that can become a DXP, but on itself, it is not a DXP. And it brings marketers and developers together. And I think if we can make it more out of the box, it can beat many proprietary stacks. Because a lot of these proprietary stacks, they come to the customer exactly with this value proposition. So by combining these two communities, we would make not only Matic stronger, but also the value proposition of Drupal stronger. So how? In Lille, there's the sprint. We can sell it together, we can build it together, and we can market together. So, are there any questions about the presentation? So we still have 5 minutes.
How do you train the system? So there's user interaction, so it can cause that you segment that user in a specific segment, okay? And is there any need for any person for marketing or whatever that says, well, this is not the correct behavior, so to put this person in this specific segment, how do you train the system?
Yes. So in its most basic way, you set up the Drupal, the Matic, you will have a marketeer in your company who has to operate both the CMS and the Matic, the marketing automation. And they will set up the rules how a user is being segmented. So they will say like, okay, if a user, let's say they're still anonymous, if they click 10 times on the healthcare industry page, okay, we automatically segment them in the healthcare. Unless later they download a form and they themselves say like, oh no, I am in the software industry, just saying something. Okay, then you will update it. But all these rules, that has to be configured by a marketeer. That's why you won't see this in companies who are too small, because like most of the time the companies who are started doing are like 50, 100 people and upwards, where I can pay like a full-time marketeer or even one or two marketeers where one has the capabilities and the knowledge to set up a system like this. Like for example, in our company, we have a webmaster type, content type of person, and there's a marketing automation specialist, like a more technical marketeer who also does like the Google ads and the Facebook and everything, and all like the more technical part of the marketing.
And you can also configure the system to do cross-sell. So in this case, people who are interested about tomatoes, they will be also interested about something that is not even related with tomatoes, but can be cross-sold again with tomatoes.
Yeah, sure. You can start to work your segments and like find new entries in the more advanced level. If you're saying like, okay,
it's not because I only go to rock music that I dislike classic music. You know? So, yeah. Both of them can work together also.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. What mostly happens is that you don't push away all the other content and you make it like a tunnel. It's more that you are going to prioritize content. So you're going to sort your views based on the behavior, but the other items will still be there. You're gonna sort your search. You enrich it. And as a rule of thumb, you can expect to have multiple tens of percents increase in the conversion rate. So that's a lot. If you, yeah.
So you mentioned that this logic is kind of open source alternative to Tesla, for example, right?
Yes.
And you previously, someone mentioned that this could be somehow a replacement of MailChimp. So it's, or I misunderstood.
It's an advanced MailChimp.
Yes,
you could see it as an advanced MailChimp.
Yes, I'm seeing like this as like a cross between Tesla and MailChimp.
Yeah.
My question is more like, how far goes the integration with Drupal? For example, if you wanted to send a newsletter, could we send the content from Mautic with the nodes from Drupal, for example?
Yes.
Is that a use case already? Or?
That was the use case. Like this use case, I had one. I think.
Yeah, because I saw the page builder, but I thought that it was content that you were adding on Mautic directly.
It was this one. This one pulls the nodes from a Drupal site based on the behavior and the preferences and sends 7,000 different emails. It's, I don't know the technical details, but you know it?
Yes.
Okay. Frederik knows it. Yeah.
Have a number of preferences, and the preferences are actually also the taxonomy terms. So the preferences are mushrooms, cherries, berries, all kinds of types of products, or legislation about berries or legislation about cattle. So that's the preferences that you're interested in, and the content is also tagged with that. So every week they send a newsletter, and the moment they generate the newsletter, they're going to evaluate, okay, this user is interested in these, and it will fetch the content related to your unique combination of taxonomy terms, and then it will put that in a specific view mode inside of the mail. So the content is from Drupal, but injected on mail send time. So it's every mail is totally unique to what you're looking for.
Thank you. Are you able to track email openings like in Desktop? Yeah.
All the tracking is.
And about the integration, because you asked for it, sorry. Mautic has an API, so it's an extensive API. You can push the campaigns, you can push all kinds of things into Mautic. And the Drupal integration, actually, the naming of the module is very bad. It's called Mautic Paragraph, but it does much more than that. So there's like the API integration is there and everything. So we also create actually the campaigns in Drupal and we sync them via the API. So actually Drupal has an automatic campaign creation system there and it pushes them to Mautic. So Mautic campaigns are triggered for Mautic but injected via the API. So it's a bit of a...
One question. For example, the emails that are sent to an external service like Amazon.
Send it Amazon, yeah, exactly.
So the price by email platforms compared to MailChimp, you get a much lower price.
Exactly. Yeah, where in MailChimp you pay per contact or now you have just your sender all thousands and thousands of emails.
Yes, all right. I think time's up. Yeah, a little bit over, but thank you, everyone.
So now we're going to start on the other room with a impressive workshop. So people that want to learn how to, shift to Drupal 10 should go to the other room. Let's hope there is some attendance. The first workshop we had in the morning didn't have almost people there. But yeah, it would be great.
Especially for migrating from Drupal 7 to Drupal 10.
Yeah.
Or something other than Drupal.
Yeah, so something before Drupal 10 to Drupal 10. That's a good
Já posso começar, Ricardo? So, hello everyone. My name is Francisco Almeida, and sorry, in my session today will be about an introduction to cookies. How can we handle cookies in Drupal, in context of Drupal? So I'm a co-founder of Pictonio, which is a Drupal shop based here in Aveiro, and also a Drupal developer for more than 10 years. This is our link, so you can search for more information there. So the agenda for today is a little bit overview on cookies. What is their definition, the purpose? How can we have cookies in Drupal? How they work? How can we customize this in Drupal? Some examples, simple stuff. And one of the reasons that I'm doing this presentation is because we have some use cases from several projects that made us use some stuff or get deeper in this topic. And I thought it was interesting to share that information here. So that's the context of this talk. and then I have a Q&A and a short quiz, and the winner will get some box of sweets. So I hope that you pay attention. So I just want to ask the winner to give me one. So I did that today. So pay attention to the presentation. Okay. And another topic is this is as we talked in the beginning. This is involved in a bigger event. So please enjoy the weekend, and if you can go to other sessions. I think that during the weekend there will be some interesting stuff going on. So be free to join. So this is not related with Drupal, but Drupal uses cookies for its core in its functionality. So I'm going to give a little overview, probably for much of you guys. This is not new, but for me, it was also interesting to understand a little bit this topic and how can we have this information on our side. So we'll check what are cookies, what's the purpose of cookies, and what types of cookies do we have. If you want to have some more information on the RFC about cookies, this is the link. It's extensive, but if you want to dig a little bit further, you can go there and have some information. So, what are cookies? A cookie is a small piece of information left on the visitor's computer by a website and web browser. Okay, this seems to be simple, and it is in practice. And how does it work? Okay, so when we in a browser do a HTTP request of a page from the web server, we can inject a cookie in the HTTP protocol. Okay, that's saved in the browser, and the HTTP request done by the browser in the next request will have that information that is set on the browser. So we can check this information with some dev tools. If you want to go deep, we can add that information on our site. So in terms of cookies, the purpose of cookies, what they are used for. So they are used to personalize the user's web experience, okay? And a user can customize the browser to accept, reject, delete cookies. This is probably, for much of us, this has been a major role with the GDPR regulation that came apart this year. And on many projects, mainly European projects, institutional projects, with security audits and stuff like that, you have been not attacked, but lots of work has been done on this topic because of the data privacy and stuff like that. So this is a topic that is coming to our hands in our daily jobs. So I think it's important right now to understand a little bit better this subject. Okay. So for the main purpose, we have session management. Okay, so like login, shopping carts, games, scores, anything that we should store in the browser to be able to do some personalization, like user preference, themes, and other settings. For example, right now you see a lot browser giving you light and dark themes, so that information usually is stored on a cookie, and tracking, so recording and analyzing user behavior, which is one major role, mainly in data privacy. Okay. So, definition of cookies. What kind of cookies we have? We have session cookies, which are deleted when the current session ends. Permanent cookies, so deleted at specific dates. Usually browsers, I think, define there's a date limit for a cookie. I think it's 2 years, but I'm not sure. So you are not allowed to define a cookie for more than 2 years. Or that information probably is in the RFC, but I'm not sure the specific dates. So, and then you have secure information that you could have, for example, HTTP only cookie, so restricts access to cookie to JavaScript. So only when you get only on the server side you can change that cookie. Same size cookie is also preventing some attacks on cookies, and also you have some information on session security inside this link. So if you want to go a little bit deeper, you can go. Okay. A really quick example, for example, if you run this JavaScript on your console, you can list the cookies of a browser, the cookies that you have on your browser. You can check them as well on DevTools, but with this simple script, you can check and log the cookies that you have into the console. Okay, this is for listing, and this is for deleting. If you want to delete cookies, also you can do the same in DevTools, but with a simple JavaScript script, you can delete the cookies that you find on this. Okay. So right now is I talked the previous topics about the general concept. So getting into Drupal, how are cookies used in Drupal, and what are the different contexts that we have in Drupal. So they play a major role in some of the Drupal functionality, like session management. So Drupal uses cookies to manage user sessions. Okay, so when we do a login, there's a session cookie that's stored in the browser, and we can, for example, define on Drupal, on the server side in settings, we can define the amount of time that the cookie can be stored, and for how long that can be used. And this is one of the use cases. User authentication, okay, so also it's used to Drupal to set cookies to validate that the user has the necessary permissions to access a certain part of the site. User preferences, or the easiest example is, for example, in translations or sites with multiple languages, for example, the user language. It's for example, I think it's for translation sites. I think Drupal has a very strong translation capability. So if you use it wisely, Drupal is very strong on managing multiple languages. Tracking and analytics. So this is a use case that we all know. Analytics. So to gather information about user interaction on the website. So this is also a topic very important on GDPR and how this information is shared with external entities. Okay. Forms and CSRF protection. Okay. This I'm not going very deep on this. Cache control. Okay. So we can use cookies to manage cache also. I found while managing this, while working on this presentation, a use case interesting about this topic and the findings of these guys. These guys are the ones that are behind developed from that new module on Drupal that replaced rules. That's it. So it's interesting the things that they describe here. Third-party integration, like social media, plugins, and advertising networks. Right? So we have this very related with the privacy information. For example, like the use cases that Jose told in the morning, like managing information on shopping carts and stuff like that. So this can be also used. Cookies can be also used on this topic. Cookie consent, which is that's the relation that we are going to do on the next topic. So I want to gather cookie consent to access or to enable or disable cookies in Drupal. There are several modules in Drupal. They do a lot of things. They have lots of configurations, so sometimes you have to test the best approach to see and to check if this cookie consent is working as it was supposed to work or not. But since this is also a recent topic, there's some problems between or in the way dealing with cookies and some information. And for extra cases like custom cookie management, if you need to have any custom use case, probably you can use cookies to be able to manage this. Okay. So how can we do it in Drupal? Customizing cookies handling in Drupal, we can do it with custom information. I'm going to just overview some simple scripts like, for example, in a controller, you can set up a cookie and you can just send it and set the cookie in the response. This can be also done. There's a function in PHP where you can directly set a cookie, but this with the integration with Symfony, this is the way that we recommend to set up a cookie. So depending on the use case, you can do it like this, or you can set up a cookie with the PHP method, like from the core of PHP. Reading a cookie, it's the same approach. Okay, so you get the Drupal request and you get the cookie name from it, and you can do, for example, do something depending on the cookie value. Okay. Modifying the cookie, the custom cookie, is also possible. This is a short example. Nothing very complex. Okay, so this is just a simple example. How can we do it? Okay. And deleting a cookie the same way. So you can, for example, in this case, we are putting the time, the expiration time less than the actual time to be able to expire the cookie. Okay. So practical examples. So this is from our experience in working with several projects, and I will try to share some of the topics that we handled and the things that we found on this journey. For example, working with the GovPT site where you need to give cookie consent before any cookie could be saved. For example, Google Analytics and YouTube. Okay, we were using cookies module, but there were several problems with it, like deleting cookies and customizing the layout of the cookies pop-up. So these are the main issues that we found with this module. And also dealing with Google Analytics 4, there was an issue on the project. You can check this later. So the solution for us in this case was to use external cookie consent plugin written in plain JavaScript. And I shared a link. This was already used by GovPT team in those projects. And what we found, it was very easy to set up and configure. This is like a Drupal approach on setting up the configuration for this plugin. Okay. And in the end, for example, with a simple module, we can have that pop-up. And in terms of this plugin, it was very easy to integrate this in our projects and do some configurations. Some of configurations probably you need to do on server side because of some security issues on cookies, if it has HTTP only or not, because in that case you cannot change the JavaScript, or you cannot change the cookie in the front end or in the web. You need to do it on the server side. And for us, for example, this was very easy to set up the areas or the groups of cookies and put some text in it. So this plugin was very easy to manage, very easy to configure. Just you need to inject it on a custom module and then have a configuration file where you can put it on the model. So and then that configuration file you can establish these configurations like groups, performance and analytic cookies, so you can detail everything on it. Okay. Another issue that we have, this is more or less related to cookies, but this was regarding iframes. So iframes for the client in this case, they need to be loaded. They need to have iframes. You could not load iframes without the user have given consent on that. So, but on that side, editors were using iframes for a couple of years, like Google Maps, YouTube and Vimeo videos, and other video iframes from, for example, European Union. So iframes were all over the body of the content. Okay, so how could we change this feature without breaking much of the work that we have done? We found, so in discussing with the client, they had a custom module that did that on their projects, but we found under the same open source projects a thing called iframe manager. Okay, so how could we apply this without changing the content? So this is a simple way that we did it, but probably there are other ways to apply this. So we pre-process the HTML before sending it to the clients, and we replace the iframe HTML with a tag iframe with the iframe manager API. So in the end, if you don't have the consent, you don't see the iframe tag. You see a div with some properties like this. Okay, so you see a div, and you can define, for example, YouTube, Google Maps, the major 5 or 6 iframe embedded features you already have there, but you can customize that plugin or that JavaScript to use other stuff. So in this case, instead of having an iframe, you replace the iframe with a div, okay, with some properties. The client sees that, okay, and he has to give consent to the user before applying the iframe. Okay, after he gives consent, the iframe is injected in the front end of the. In this case, it doesn't go server side, so it's client side that does that. Okay, so this is a really simple solution that allows us to not change the content of keep the editor with the same approach. You could do this by using, for example, we thought that could be possible, having a plugin, for example, to what you see is what you get, or WYSIWYG CKP editor, to replace the iframe on that. But this was, for us, was a simple solution for this problem. Another issue that we found also is reCAPTCHA. Okay, reCAPTCHA, and this is still work in progress. Even with the GDPR team, there's an issue on this. So reCAPTCHA, reCAPTCHA injects information, and you don't give consent, and even though it's injected. I saw that the cookies reCAPTCHA module has some integration, but for this presentation, I did not have time to test it accordingly, so I don't have any screenshot if it works or not, but I give it, I left here the information that reCAPTCHA and supposedly cookies module has already an integration. I don't know if it's working or not, but there are some information on those topics ahead, okay? So just one simple topic, troubleshooting tips, using Cognito mode most of the times, because if you use sessions like if you are logged in Chrome with your Gmail, there are lots of cookies that are injected in the site, and you don't understand if they are from the site or not. Inspect the developer tools, check module configuration. These kinds of modules like cookies, cookie consent, they have lots of good configuration, so you need to test several methods, several options, and test in different browsers. There, depending on the browser, the behavior can change a little bit. Okay. So, for example, here the scripts that I show you a couple slides ago. If you run the delete cookie, for example, in this case, since for example that cookie is on HTTP only with the flag true, if you run the script, you are able to delete all the cookies without the true flag, and the rest keeps on the browser. For example, this is for security reasons. So my time is off. So I have time for 1 or 2 minutes for question and answers, and then I have the quiz for the box. Any questions? Any?
Have you looked at the EU cookie compliance module?
Yes, during the presentation, I didn't go deeper on the configuration and on the options that the EU provides. Okay.
Okay, because you're using that approach, I think it's very similar functionality as what the cookie content model. But the solution about pre-processing the frame is great.
The solution that you have to basically search the string, because we have an issue, is we have used the cookie content blocker, but it forces us to add or to escape the iframe. Basically, we have a special plugin on the WYSIWYG of certain fields. But that solution about pre-processing the HTML and with regular expression, finding the iframe and escaping, it's a very good thing.
I also use the cookie test module, and the next version in the roadmap has an issue to take care about the iframes.
Okay. Now there's a lot of work on this topic, so lots of new features are being added on this cookie consent module. So probably in the next couple months, weeks, those features that we talked about can be obsolete. I just give you an approach from recent work. Any questions? So the first one to answer this will receive the cookies. 1, 2, 3. Who answered?
I went to the website.
So he has to split the box with someone else. So the question was which feature prevents JavaScript from accessing cookies. So if you set up the HTTP only flag to true, you are not able to delete the cookie just on server side to be able to update that cookie. Okay. Sorry? Okay. So, and that's it for today. Ah? Pois.
Então isto é HDMI, né?
Exato. Queres que eu morra?
A seguir é a pausa, a seguir é a pausa. Podemos ir todos buscar ali uns doces.
Cookie consenta?
Vocês têm barbas. Tem ali umas pedras.
Ainda estão a distribuir bolachas, isto assim. É difícil, assim, é difícil. Não posso competir com bolachas. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sara Bocos. I'm a lead engineer at NTT Data Portugal. I've been a Drupal developer for around 2.5 years. I started my career mostly just fixing some bugs on some existing projects and then developing some small components. And then I went into my first big project that I got to see set up from the start. So that was an interesting development for me. I come to you today as a developer who frequently works on front-end components, talking to you about this exciting new module that's been introduced to Drupal core, which is single directory components. These are the awesome creators behind it, so Matteo, Mike, and Laudi. So I want to give you an overall look as to why this module is interesting. So I'll first start by telling you what the most common journey was for me as a Drupal front-end developer, well, actually currently, and then tell you what the obstacles of that approach is, and then try and tell you what the SDC claims to do, and then what are the benefits and what can be the impact of this module on our day-to-day work. So starting with the journey of a Drupal front-end developer, right now, essentially, we get a requirement for a component. We have to model the requirement into an actual solution, and then we need to develop the backend of it. So setting up all the necessary entities and view modes, paragraphs, whatever else we need. And then we can start working on the front-end parts of things. Just a little disclaimer, I've used components between quotes when I mean a component on a page, and components without quotes when I mean an SEC component, just so you know what I'm referring to. But obviously they're all components without quotes. It was just to make it clear. So when we actually start working on a component, we typically need to find the template file that we need to affect, and then attach whatever libraries we need, and then develop the markup, styling, behaviors, and everything else, and obviously validate the behavior at the end. We need to repeat this for all components within our website. However, there's also sometimes where we need to repeat this behavior even for small variations of the same component, because in different pages, it is technically the same component, but there's slight differences, and so sometimes we need to review everything. As I mentioned before, I started my career essentially doing debugging, and that loop was the bane of my existence. So we would look for a template file, look for libraries, look for markup and styling, and so it can be quite difficult for someone who is new to Drupal to figure out where the files are, because they can be quite scattered. We tend to group all the templates together, group all the CSS together, but then if you're working just on a component, it can be hard to find where everything is. And so this brings us to the obstacles. I've mentioned this, so coming from different backgrounds, it can be quite difficult. I think one of the main problems for new front-end developers in Drupal is the attachment of libraries. It can be quite difficult to understand how it works, and then obviously the scattered files. And for people who do already have experience in Drupal, it can be quite tedious to keep repeating the same process. So within the same project, like I mentioned, we might have some variations, and also across different projects, there is usually a few components that are everywhere. So like menus, sliders, drop-downs, accordions. We typically find those in most websites, and so it can be annoying to have to repeat the code because it can be quite difficult to copy it from one project to another and then adapt it. So SDC claims to tackle a lot of these issues, so I was quite interested into researching. So these are a couple of my conclusions. It's not hugely thorough. I only have 20 minutes, but I did try to give it my best. So main points. It is an experimental module within Drupal core right now. You do need to have a version 10.1 or above. It essentially allows the development of more modular content. Sorry, not content, components that you use in content. The primary goal, according to the developers, is to simplify the development workflow for front-end components. The philosophy is that components are building blocks, which we use to create our web pages. They typically include HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but they can also include PHP, assets, images, documentation, anything else. And the main thing is that within SDC, all the files related to a component are in the same folder. That is the main difference to what we do right now. These are a few of the benefits. I won't go too much into them right now, but just so you have an idea why we would even consider this approach. And then I think it's easier to just show you a couple of examples so you can understand how you would actually put them into practice. So before we even start, we obviously need to make sure we're running the correct Drupal core version. We need to make sure the module is enabled. So it's an experimental module, so it doesn't come enabled by default. You have to go to the extend page and enable it. And then you must have either a theme or a module where you want to put a new component. If it is a theme, it does need to be installed within the appearance page of your website. So I'll just give you an overall of what we have to do, and then we'll go into details. So the overall is we need a components folder, similar to the way we now have a templates folder within our themes or our modules. And then within the component, you're going to create a folder for each component that you're developing. And that's where you're going to throw all of your code into. So for my example, the structure I had was quite simple. It was just content type article with a paragraph field and then a paragraph accordion with 2 fields, just the title and description. So to define the component, you need to pick a name. It needs to be unique within the theme or the module you're working in. For my example, I was working with an accordion, so I called it my accordion. You need to create the directory for my accordion within the components directory. And then you need to create your component.yaml file and your twig file. These 2 are mandatory. Everything else is optional. The name must be components. So exactly like templates. So within templates, you then have a paragraph, whatever, .html.twig. So this one needs to be components, and then within it, you can call it whatever you want. So within your component.yaml file, you're going to determine the schema for your component. There is a really good annotated example of how you can do that. I leave the link in the slide if you want to use it. But I will explain a couple of the keys just so that we all know what we're talking about in the next slides. So the schema simply tells the IDE what the syntax is. It's not super necessary for the example I'm going to give, but just so you know. And then the name is just the name of your component. The status can be one of those things, so experimental, stable, etc. And then I think the big thing about SDC are props and slots. So props allow you to pass variables into your component for which you know the type and the structure, whereas slots allow you to pass data for which you don't know the structure. And these are the 2 main things. So we'll look further into this. Just note that I have props, and then under properties, I have attributes, classes, and content, because within my accordion.twig, I receive these variables. So I use the attributes, classes, and then content without, or content.field description, just to print out the things that I want to print. And then I did some just basic JavaScript and CSS just to make things pretty. The JavaScript is just letting you know that if you click on the title, you open the description, or you close it, depending if it was open or closed before. So then the only thing we need to do now is the Twig, CSS, and JavaScript are the component that you just created, along with the component.yaml file. And then you need to reference that component within a template file. That's my normal use case. You can also use a render array. That's not usually how I do things, so I did it in a template file. Because I was just using props, I used the include function, and then I passed it the name of my theme with the name of my component, and then I told it what the variables that I had declared was. So attributes, classes, and content are all variables that are available within a paragraph template file. So I simply just told it, these variables are the ones that I'm going to need for my component. And then you can see, I think it stopped, but I promise you it was working. Yeah, so it just works like this. So this is just using props. We can also use slots, and I think slots are where SDC can be very strong. So let's maybe look at the twig first. I changed it. I added a title variable. It's not very important. It's instead of printing the whole content without a field, now I'm just printing a title. And then within the container, I'm now printing a block. So essentially what this is saying is, within this space, I will print whatever you pass me from the template file. And when I do pass it from the template file, I'm now using an embed function because I'm using slots instead of props. And what I do pass it is still the variables with the added title variable. And then we declare what the block is going to contain. And so the block is going to contain a span with the field description, and then a break, and then another span just with a different string. So this is what's really strong with SDC, is that if I need to do this anywhere else in my code where I don't need, for example, the last string, the only thing I need to do is copy this embed into the other template file and just remove that string. And I don't need to touch the component. So it will still open on click, it will still look the same way, it will just print something else. Just for reference, this is the new component.yaml file. Notice that I added the slots key and then the description key to tell it that I'm going to need a block called description. And then I also added the title key. And these are the results. So if it's closed, it prints just the title. If it's open, it prints the same description as before, and then just the extra string that I passed into it. So just to recap the overall method, we have to create the components folder. It does need to be named components. And then within it, we need to create a folder for our components, which was called myAccordion. And then within the myAccordion folder, we will put the component.yaml file, which will describe the schema of your component. You will put the twig file, which will describe the markup of your component. And then everything else is bonus. So you can add CSS, JavaScript, assets, documentation, whatever you need, or you cannot. It can just be markup. And then obviously you need to render it somewhere, because otherwise you just have a folder with files and it's not doing anything. So you need to call upon it somewhere. So these are some common mistakes and best practices I ran into. I think for most people, we tend to separate our code with folders, so SAS, JavaScript, and whatever folders. Because SDC automatically looks for CSS and JavaScript files and generates a library, so you don't have to attach a library, it does it for you. You do then need to place your files within the myAccordion folder in this case, because otherwise it can't find it. So it does need to be in the parent folder so it can be found. So just ignore the CSS JavaScript folders and just place your files directly in your main folder. This is also another thing, I don't know about you, but usually when I'm compiling SAS, I tell it, pick up all the files that I have within my SAS folder and compile all of them to my CSS folder, since obviously those folders don't exist here anymore, you do need to remember that you're compiling a specific file to a specific file. And then here, just make sure that you reference your component properly. So it's your theme or module's machine name, colon, your component's machine name. And then just best practice, just document what you're doing in a README file just so that if somebody else needs to debug your component later or needs to reuse it somewhere else, they know how to interact with your component. So I think these will be the impacts and next steps. So first of all, we don't need to attach libraries anymore because the SDC module does that for you. If you name it your component's name .css and your component's name .javascript, it will pick it up and create a library and just attach it for you, so you don't have to do anything. Obviously, I think you'll need to repeat this less for variations of the same component because you do have the blocks that you can use to create those little variations. And then for the debugging, I mean, there's no more loop. That's great. I think it's awesome that we can just look inside one single folder and find everything that we need that is applied to our component. What it does not solve is that, yes, it's easier for someone from a different background to start doing front end, but there is still the need for someone to know where to render the new component. So, you know, it's easier, but you still need to know some Drupal. So for developers with different backgrounds, I think the entry point is much easier. They can focus on developing modular components. They don't have to worry too much about Drupalisms. Focus on giving more functionality without necessarily needing to know where the components are going to be rendered in the end. And for people with experience in Drupal, they can focus on rendering the components within the correct pages, focus on creating a better overall product without needing to keep making the same components over and over again. So I think for companies, the next step is probably to create some in-house library of components that we can start using so that we can reuse components in different projects. I think that obviously brings huge benefits because it will become a project accelerator if we're already working from a library of components, so we can just tweak whatever is already developed and just work with it, and it's easier than having to do everything from scratch. And I think it's also easier to maintain code quality because if we find a bug in one of the components, we are sure that every time it is rendered, it will be affected. So we're not, because we don't have several copies of a similar component, we don't have to keep fixing the bug in the several copies, it's just a single copy. For clients, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious if we work faster, it's better for them. So faster times to go live are a huge potential with the use of this module. And then because we do have the potential for less code repetition or less general code, it will potentially make the loading of the web pages faster, which is also good for them. Regarding the Drupal community, this module is available for testing. That's how I did this presentation. So I think it's a great way for us to start working with it and asking for feedback, and I'm sure there will come improvements from this. And then I think there is the potential for a community-based library of components and not just agency-based ones. Because it is already included in core and components can be overridden within themes. I didn't go too much into this because I didn't think I would have time, but there is the potential for country themes to start making components of their own that we can then override within our custom themes that extend them. So I think the next steps overall are to make SDC stable. It's still unstable, it's still experimental. There is a huge space for community contribution. There's still a few things that need to be worked out. So within the actual modules page, they do say that They're still working on the best practices for the module. They still haven't been defined. And there's still a few questions that are open for answer. I got them and they said it was updated in July. So there's still a few questions of functionality and what we can expect from the module. But I think what we have been able to see with a simple test is actually really exciting. And I can't wait to see what they do with it in the future. These are a few of the places where I went to get information. There's a few that are obviously a lot more detailed than I could do it right now. Specifically, the Lullabot and the Herschel article are from the creators of the module, so that's obviously the best source of information. And I think that's it for me, unless there are any questions.
Let's say, for example, that I have a component and I have some CSS styling, okay, at least in one page, but on another I want a different styling.
Right.
What should I do? Like, I have a master CSS file that overrides the styling of the component or of that page?
That's a good question. So I think the main draw of SDC is that it separates the, let's say, look and feel of a component from the actual data that you're passing into. So it doesn't need to know what you're going to print. So that's, I think, the main focus. So more regarding, I would say, Twig than regarding CSS. So I don't know if it actually fixes that problem per se. I think you would have to potentially create different classes and then define, like, it's this class if it's on this page and this class if it's on this page, and then do the CSS general enough. I think regarding the CSS, it's still an issue, let's say. But regarding the information that you're printing, I think it's really powerful. Yeah. And then you can work on it. So you can override an existing module. So you could work with that. Sorry, not module, obviously, a component. Yeah.
I understand, but you basically would still have the CSS variations inside the same component.
Yeah.
Whereas the same component folder. So if you ever delete that component or you need to retain it, you know where to go. You're not putting the variations spread out on another element and then make it way harder to maintain.
Is to put all the CSS
the variants as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. And then you can have, you could trigger those CSS files with classes when you're calling the HTML Twig file, and then trigger.
Do you know, is there a problem maybe of loading the same JS library in several, for example, you have several components with using Sleek or something like the JS library. Are you loading if you have like a slideshow on top and then another slide, are you loading the same library twice in the same page?
I know what you mean. I didn't look into that actually. That's a really good question. That'd be interesting to find out. I didn't try to add any additional library. There is a key within the schema that you can use, which I think is the library overrides or something, that does allow you to introduce other libraries into your component, but I didn't actually try that specific case. Sorry. Okay. There's nothing else. I'm good. Thank you so much.
Estamos no intervalo. Cheguem agora até às 4h15, se puderem chegar a hora. Acho que há aqui aproveito para dizer, vão ali às mesinhas que eles têm aqui, da parte de, não sei se já toda a gente foi lá, da parte das comunidades, eles têm aqui umas mesas onde têm lá flags e não sei o quê. Aproveitem agora, vão lá, também há lá umas vendinhas.
E encontramos aqui as 4 partes. Quem aqui não comprou a t-shirt? A t-shirt. Francisco já está a reclamar que não há t-shirt para lá para casa.
E esses fixantes, só te manda com um abraço.
Volta ao local. Vais voltar, velho? Se tivesse oferecido automóveis, mas se queres falar, mandas umas garrafas de São Pedro livre. Vais falar. Só aqui vender duas outras. Qual o tamanho? Tenho, é 10 euros cada. Vocês que tamanho querem? Querem levar para a vossa equipa? Passados da como aquele estava a dizer isso. Eu não. Eu comprei, quando quiseram falar mais comigo. L, não, esquece
Mas diz exatamente o que queres que eu escreva. Aliás, é isso mesmo. Não diz exatamente o que queres que eu escreva. Eu não costumo ter esse trabalho. Quem me dá as indicações. O outro está a dizer que aqui na Tem de enviar, se quiserem enviar, podem enviar. Eu não vou chatear ninguém. Já no passado. sistema.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you.
Aqui. Não. Isso é uma história. Mas a pessoa que assim no TFS não. É continuação. É continuação do tema, é continuação. Analisar, métodos, comparar, distribuição, unidade de riscos, os peritos dizem. Não, eu não sei o quê. Não, eu não sei o que mais. Isso é o quê? Depois chegas à conclusão que tens que ir buscar, e a apresentação é um bocado isso. Eu fui a 93 fontes, vou buscar variedíssimos cataveu, nem sequer era neto, só cataveu. Já colocaste alguma coisa? Sim. Coloquei na I3S, aquele, já não dá na I3S, depois coloquei outro na. Por acaso pensei nisso. É verdade. Os dados. Não. Está em cima da mesa. Eu já só disse este ano.
Mainly they use it to send like press releases. Yeah. Because you can, for example.
E isto não é consistente.
When you I would like to
really early. It's like in the early days, you go just next year.
Eu acho que sim. Ali é.
Finance a different building. It's different spot.
E não tenho mais a dizer, por exemplo, o facto de estarem aqui hoje, hoje podemos também utilizar essas possibilidades. É assim. O valor que as pessoas dão, às vezes, como por exemplo, não vem do Drupal, vem de outras coisas. Gosta de mexer em código, gosta de mexer em coisas abertas e não sei. Mas também deixa mais o Drupal também é outros. É possível que consigas contaminar essas possibilidades. Mas para o ano,
on the other side of drop solid, it's
to see it.
They are using another
Rolling. Seu vez, foi muito bom. Muito bom, não? E isso é que, pá, tem 48 anos. Estás a ver? És da minha geração. E já vivi o suficiente para perceber quando as coisas são assim. Não, então vocês são da Chefia. Não, ali ele não é da Chefia. Sim, sim. Agora. Eu dia 19 tenho, faço anos. Esse gajo é muito esperto. É muito esperto. Sim.
Mas não tem sorte.
I like the project.
Mas o Rodrigues, eu faço isto que ele fez, não é? Quase pensando do outro.
Not so much as Drupal, but I certainly used it before even
Não devem ter dado meia dúzia de gente.
But now it's on
Mas foi a atividade internacional.
The project has something that can be smart. They understand marketing. They know what marketers are. Drupal doesn't have that. They don't really. Just the idea of creating a tag that tracks behavior is something that in the many it's actually, oh, this is not cool. You see, they don't understand marketing.
Pois, ali não é para. Eu mesmo automático, eu estava a fazer aqueles debates sobre uma coisa que, pá, eu sei que aquilo não. Pronto, eu às tantas pensei que aquilo não tivesse tração nenhuma, por vezes debates, de repente, não sei quanta gente, eu queria ver o debate, passava cheio. Because there's no
the growth of the people, the community, they're all from like my way.
Depois vai para mim.
I like you made it very clear that content shows that the union
todos aqueles que têm ferramentas da LAN, todos na mesma sala. Pronto. E da parte da nós estávamos a desenvolver uma coisa, nós ainda estávamos
E ainda estávamos a desenvolver uma ferramenta que eu acho que é espetacular, que é baseada no Code Studio e tu podes fazer o desenvolvimento no browser, não é? E aquilo interage com o deployment. E eu disse, fiz força, falei, olha, quem é que pode ir? E não sei o que. Manda lá para a lição. Toda a gente apareceu. Todas as empresas. E minha empresa. Eu não podia estar a desprezar a minha empresa, não é? Eu estava a conduzir o debate. O gajo mandou uma mensagem a dizer, é o género. Olha, isto era excelente para ti. Exatamente. Aos managers, isto é ligado a mais dedicado aos managers para perceber o que é que os ganhos, quais são os desafios. Toda a gente fala muita coisa, mas afinal DevOps é uma coisa tão difusa, não é? E realmente os gajos. Pois.
Estou ali num projeto no NPO.
Using the behavior of rotation and bringing your movement faster to the right key, one of the biggest problems like in cancer treatment is that you are getting diagnosed too late. And it's too late. The cancer is too late, you die. Yeah? So making, informing you and bringing you that's how we solve it. And then you ask like, okay, well, it's up to you to put the price tag on it. Yeah.
I'll try, when I start with that customer, I'll try to get deeper in the community, market community, perhaps build something.
But if you want to join,
yeah, I like marketing, I like technology, so it's perfect.
I think for you, yeah. For me too, I used to be a developer, but at heart I'm more a commercial person. I'm more sales, marketing, but I've been a developer for 7 years, more than 7 years. But it's really like a triple developer. I started with solid. 2 years in, I started coding and run the business.
About the book, I think that if you pitch the idea of a multi-book, they might be interested.
The multi-book?
Yeah, because there's no multi-book, only some guy, Italian guy. And
there's no DXP book here?
Yeah, but I think the multi-book it will be, and you can like change the name and add the DXP, you see, because
I'll send you my idea.
Back likes to, from my experience, they like to have a book on a community, you see, and make that book like the Bible, you see. They like that. Market doesn't have any, doesn't have any at the moment. So I think the pitch will be better.
I'll send you my original idea. I would appreciate your comments, but it's a good idea. Maybe I can really kick it into but does the person still work there?
I was going to check that. Obrigado. try to ping you message on Skype. On LinkedIn. Can send you. Send a message.
Yeah, probably get dozens of emails like this a day. But it would be good if they would just answer that they would be interested instead of silence.
They got back to me like, I'm not kidding you, like 2 years later.
Already?
Yeah, like 2 years at least.
Really?
Yeah. And,
you kept pinging them.
No, I just sent them an email once.
And 2 years later they
Come back to me, not by mail.
You forgot about it.
But not by mail, by LinkedIn. I sent, I think it was on the website or something like that, and they got back to me through. I sent you. Yeah, because there's no money. At least I would buy that book because it's interesting. I like to.
You know what? I'm going to check with Ruth to see what she thinks about this.
If you say the community is already involved on wanting that book, that's the selling point because they want that. They want to sell books to communities.
É um jornalista de prova de saber para estar em contato com o CITV.
Yeah, that one. It's very old. I think it's like self-publishing, that one. I think it is.
But it's not good to say.
It's very basic. I think I read it like. And I think it's still on the very old version.
Ora, cá estamos de novo. Eu já vou ter que pôr os óculos, que eu não vejo nada. Sem as gafetes. Rende ferro.
O senhor vai falar agora? O senhor vai falar?
Pá, a senhora está lá em cima. Agora vamos falar sobre uma coisinha diferente. Estou sempre a falar de Drupal, sempre a falar de Drupal, sempre a falar de Drupal. Oh. Hã? Não. Não me digas que não viste o programa, pá. Sei lá, pô. quê? Sim, isto é Drupal Song. Conhecidíssimo, pá. Eu vou pôr só mais uma vez, enquanto o pessoal está a chegar. É uma letra fantástica. Muito bem. Depois deste entretenimento, vamos então aqui. O que é que isto não está a dar? Ok. Okay, so hello and welcome to this presentation on keeping Drupal customers happy with DevOps capabilities. This presentation is about unlocking the potential of DevOps for Drupal developers, operations, and users. My name, for the ones that still don't know, is Ricardo Amaro. This is part of my PhD research. Other than that, I am the president of the Portuguese Drupal Association and also a senior engineering manager at Acquia. Acquia, for those who don't know it, is the main Drupal hosting company with more than 25,000 production sites. So the first question that we might want to, let me, estou aqui a tentar fechar o Telegram. Alguém me enviou uma mensagem. Okay. So the first question in this research basically is why DevOps? Why? Why are we talking about DevOps in a Drupal presentation? And it's simple, right? So IT organizations, and we all have IT organizations or marketing organizations which have an IT kind of department of all sizes. They are currently embracing DevOps for better serve their customers, adapt to market demands, because DevOps offer several benefits for Drupal developers, operation teams, and end users. But DevOps adoption It doesn't always go well. And this is the problem. So it's important to address that problem. It's important to provide leadership in tech leads of these groups in IT, the right information to implement and to adopt DevOps. There is also a lack of clarity that we identify about DevOps capabilities, practices, and outcomes. Finally, a key benefit is that traditional barriers that you have, and this is the most important problem that DevOps tries to solve. There is a barrier between different stakeholders like devs, developers, operations, testers, Q&A, security. And DevOps tries to break that down with a shift left strategy. I'll explain later what that means. So DevOps is a set of capabilities that are focused on breaking down these barriers. It emphasizes on collaboration, automation, continuous improvement. DevOps has a proven track record of industry success. To explain what are those capabilities, I would like to provide you a brief introduction to my PhD research. From these two published research papers, I will mainly go and focus on the IEEE article, which is this one, and the ongoing case study that I'm doing currently, I'm conducting in Acquia. So the case study examines the impact of DevOps adoption on velocity, and we're always talking about Drupal, deploying Drupal, hosting Drupal, everything around Drupal, customer support around Drupal, quality, team happiness. You know, are teams happy doing the work that they are doing at that moment, and a few other factors. So the paper was published in 2022 IEEE Transactions in Software Engineering. It's a Q1 journal focusing software engineering research. Methodology is multivocal literature review, which means I went further, not just scientific review, but always, you know, trying to interview people in the field that are constantly working in this in these things. And the resulting are 37 categorized main capabilities that help developers, that help operations and users to apply DevOps better. So, without further ado, because I only have 20 minutes, let's dive into the capabilities. First, cultural. By the way, the background is a thing that we have in Acquia. The core DNA of Acquia. You can see, inspire a little, crazy, committed to awesome, give back more, do the right thing, jump in and own it. I don't know. Well, Hernani he was in Acquia, so he might knew this. But this is the core DNA that we have in the company. So the first and most mentioned ones, capabilities, are cultural capabilities, actually. So team collaboration and communication is identified as the most crucial capability. The second is that leadership should, this one here, oops. Leadership should support the culture of learning and experimenting in the company. It's not good when you have, you know, leadership saying just do this in this way, and you cannot experiment, you cannot go further and try to invent a new thing. Next is open source. I identified that open source is in fact a key enabler of DevOps since early days. In order for DevOps to happen, leadership must have a transformational role. And fifth, the organization should target being a performance-oriented. There is a nice work from this guy, this sociologist here, Ron Westrom, and he actually scaled the organizations into three main categories. They are power-oriented, or rule-oriented, or performance-oriented, right? You can see a an example of a rule-oriented organization. For instance, the state. State is a rule-oriented organization, while a generative company like a startup, right, is a performance-oriented organization, right? So for and last, C6, for every incident, not the last of the C6, for every incident that happens where Drupal actually fails and the customer sees that, there should be a blameless postmortem. Who knows what is a blameless postmortem from here? A postmortem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so a postmortem is something you write of what happened after the incident, right? While the incident is happening, you don't care about that. You care about fixing the incident and putting things running. But after the thing is resolved, you always have to write that. Why? Because it's important for new people and even for people that exist in the company to learn with that, right? That's the capability of DevOps. If you don't do that, people will have fear. And if you go like, why did you do this? This is horrible. You know, the customer is not happy. That's not a way to solve the problem. The way to solve the problem is learning with it. And the way to learn with it is the postmortem. And it should be blameless, no finger pointing. So all of the above, obviously, or eventually should lead to job satisfaction. Next, measurement. So for measurement, key capabilities, the first that was most identified is proactive monitoring, observability, and auto-scaling. Why is that important, right? Why should I care about monitoring my system, right? Obviously, if you don't monitor your system, how do you know if it's working, right? If you don't observe the system, how do you know if it's fast or slow? And if you don't take automatic measures, if you don't auto-scale, like up or down, right? If you have always the system spending a lot of resources, you will lose money. But if you have less resources, your customers will be unhappy. So you have to monitor, observe, and auto-scale. So the next finding is emergency response. Obviously, if you want your company to be as customer service driven as much as possible, you have to have emergency response. Be proactive on failure notification. And if done well, the first two will return systems information that can later be used to take business decisions. The fourth is important to limit the work that is currently in progress so that team is not burned out. And finally, all of the above can be exposed with visual management capabilities like dashboards, for instance. Next, process. The well-known DevOps continuous improvement. Who has heard this term, continuous improvement? Anyone? Continuous improvement? You have heard it? Okay, continuous improvement. Okay. What is continuous improvement?
You should always like evaluating and like it's a circle. It's a cycle.
Almost a cycle. It's the infinite loop of DevOps, which is like a 8, right? You've seen this in the other picture, right? So there is this thing of doing something, checking it, checking the feedback, and then updating, improving it, continuously improving it, and then doing the same cycle. It's over and over again, right? Almost a cycle, or almost 2 circles. Okay, so also the organization shouldn't focus specifically just on people, just on process or technology. Should balance that, right? Some organizations just focus too much on technology and process, and people like the workers are not really on that level, right? It should be always on the same level. And so if you want to put people in the right level, you also need to have batches of work and not give them all of the work at the same time, because it's not going to be done correctly in time. Force making any approvals for releases shouldn't be, you know, like you go to your customers, you ask, can we release this? Are you okay on releasing this? And then it takes a long time. You lose the aspect of what you are releasing, and then finally you release. No, the releases should be lightweight. Therefore, you should work in small batches and then release those batches as much as possible. And teams, so you have visibility of work in the value stream, which means teams can see what they're doing, right? If a worker, if a developer, if an operations person, if a tester cannot see the value of what he's creating, it's not going to be a good job for him. And it's for the company also. 6, focus on customer and their feedback. And finally, make improvements always based on data, right? You analyze the data and you do improvements based on that. Final category is technical. Technical is obviously the biggest category. It has 18 capabilities that I identified. T1 and T2, I mean, almost everyone identifies this. Continuous integration, CI, continuous delivery, CD. And then test automation, obviously, sits on top of the 2 first, because if you have a CI/CD pipeline, which obviously is what is driving your test automation in environments, they have specific environments where you're testing, not in production. You don't test in production, right? Hopefully, right? And T4 is version control system. Now, who knows what is a version control system? Version control system. Anyone that doesn't know what is a version control system? Obviously, everyone. But I can tell you, in my interviews, I found people that don't know what is a version control system. Okay? Is Git a version control system? Is SVN a version control system? What is a version control system? Especially on the public sector, it was really, really interesting to see how they are still putting things in production. You know, you could copy a folder, you delete the last folder, and you have a new folder, and it's released. Right? No versions. Right? You don't have diffs. Right? Version control system is the reason why T1, T2, T3 work. If you don't have a version control systems, how the hell are you going to have a CI/CD and then test? You don't know what you're testing. You don't have a specific commit that you test, right? So from left to right, from T4, you go to 5th. So in 5th, you need to empower the teams to do that. You don't actually are eliminators, or you hire a different company externally and say, now this is how you're going to do CI/CD in your company. That will not work, because the team knows this. The teams knows what they have to test, how they have to test, right? And when they have to test. You need to empower the teams to make those technical decisions. The developers know, right? And then leverage the configuration management, which is all of the configuration is put in one place and it's managed from that single initial place. You don't have configuration here and there in several places. And then cloud infrastructure or cloud native, pick what you would like. You can go to Amazon or Google cloud infrastructure. You can go to Kubernetes and do cloud native and all of the nice things there, but all means you're managing things in a way that they are abstracted, right? And so the last thing is the same way you version your code, you should be versioning your artifacts, right? If you put Drupal inside of a container, you should version that, right? Because that one version could have problems that the other one doesn't have. And then the last ones, I'm just going to go very quickly on these. Loosely coupled architecture means use microservices. Don't use monoliths as much as possible. You know, if you're going to do a database change management or a database change, do the management of that database. In Drupal, we have a thing called the configuration manager, right? Configuration, who knows? Configuration what? Well, what does that do? The configuration management. It creates a directory, right, where all the configuration goes, right? Because you want that configuration, when you import that to a new database, to be managed, right? You want to roll back, move forward, and be able to do all those things. That's why Drupal actually did that. That project, the CMI, is exactly that. And then, as much as possible, and Lando is one of these things, or DDEV, you should use containers, right? If you want to spin up something with PHP, you shouldn't be spinning up a full virtual machine inside of your computer just because you want to test a little thing. Just use a container. It's there, right? Shift left on security means you're not going to find, or try not to find, security breaches in production. Shift them left, right? If you see the developer is here, or maybe here, right, on the left side, and is moving code in the pipeline to the right side until it gets to production. Security should be on the left side. And then try to have always a default branch, only one default branch, which means trunk-based development, and that should be always green. Put your logs always in the same place. You know, if you have 10 sites, right? Why would you not use Watchdog, Drupal Watchdog, putting all the logs in the same site, in the same log manager, right? It seems weird that if I want to see the logs of one site, I have to log into that site, right? I'm just losing time, right? And I don't have perspective. Imagine you have the same problem in all of these 10 sites. If the logs go all to the same place, then you'll be able to see that easily. And then use test data, right? You can use several databases to do tests. And the last two ones are not really used, but they are very, very interesting, which is chaos engineering and code maintainability. So the study, and this is almost ending, the study is now focused on illustrating how DevOps capabilities are positively impacted in Drupal development and hosting at scale. Well, I can't reveal more details than this. This is already a lot. But you can see already the preliminary results of things like how much mean lead time for changes. This means how much time from code commit to actually have it in production. Some companies take 1 month. Some companies take 6 months. We in Acquia right now, we are in about 2-3 hours to have things we do, they are in production. Mean lead time for changes. Deployment frequency, that means we are deploying several times a day to production. Well, not all of the services, obviously, but that's the way we can keep up with the market demands. If we keep waiting 1 month to deploy one thing or several things, huge things, that will not work, right? And then defect escape rate also went down. That's what we've seen with DevOps. Well, that just means the amount of defects that arrived in production and you couldn't see them before. And one of the reasons is because automated test coverage is up. We asked all the teams, you have to have all of your, almost 100% of your code needs to be covered in terms of tests. And this also reduces wait time, because wait time on reviews from other developers, you have a pull request, it's waiting, or the pipeline failed, needs to go back, you need to fix it. So this also reduces wait time. And on the other side, you have less change failure rate, which means you have a change. What is the perspective, the probability of failing in production? That went down. Mean time to recover, that also went down. Pipeline automated test success rate went up. And obviously, this is the most important for customers, is that you have uptime as higher as possible, nearly 100%. And then finally, production error and incident rate went down. Okay, final slide. If you can't memorize any of the things that I said in all of the slides, just memorize this slide. It will save you a lot. You have software development, software deployment, and service operation. These cannot be separate. I've heard things like, oh yeah, the DevOps team, right? When you say the DevOps team, it isn't the DevOps team, it's the ops team, right? Because this is a developer saying, those guys deploy it, I don't deploy it, I have nothing to do with that. That is not DevOps culture, right? So all of this should be in the mind of everyone that's in that team, in that either that's a developer, that's a tester, that's an operations person, whatever. Because all of these metrics here should be in your minds, always, okay? Cool. Sorry, this was a great brain dump. I tried to put in 20 minutes and I failed. All of the article there. But yeah, I'm open to questions. Hopefully I got some questions about metrics, about capabilities, cultural, anything.
This is only tangentially related, but I wanted to ask you, do you have some sort of recommendation in regards to log aggregation? How would you go about aggregating logs? What's your preferred approach, strategy, service?
Okay, if you want to use an open source thing, you can use ng syslog. You can use rsyslog or the old syslog. These are open source tools. They exist on every distribution that you have right now. If you install a Linux, you will see that package there, right? Those are for free, right? But if you use something like Sumo Logic, or what was the other thing that we used? You know, a paid service, Datadog, right? That is paid, but you can also always forward your logs there, right? So there are paid solutions and there are open source solutions. Obviously, if you don't want to spend money, you know, just spin up one machine, you know, there and forward all of your logs there, because there will be. You can even create graphs from that. You create, you know, stories from that or histories from that, right? It has a lot of impact, right? To see what's failing. If you have a common error in the Drupal site, you will see how many sites have that at the same time or start to have that at the same time. Instead of having to log to each of the sites, it's much easier. Any question? I'm sure you have a DevOps question, Tiago. No?
It's a question, it's an opinion also. about the cultural thing about the devs and the ops and how everything makes it a cultural thing on a company. Where is the fun part of the DevOps being always in war with the devs and the devs always in war with the DevOps? It's great because we are always struggling and trying to do our best to block the other team's work.
Yeah.
So it's just a joke. But now, seriously, if we separate the devs from the ops and try to combine everything together in a cultural, like company culture, the main issue I see is if you go to a traditional ops team, they don't know how to DevOps, how to CI/CD, how to continuous improvement. They don't know all that. And normally, when they are just an ops team, they are very old school. So I have some doubts if we don't need a DevOps team to try to educate the company with a DevOps culture. Because that's my experience.
You need. But that should be a time frame. You can't have that forever. That's in our experience. If you have that forever, after some time, the DevOps, because the devs start to think, why are these guys, not doing the work that these awesome guys previously were doing, right? And then you start to have that feeling, because the devs are obviously always closer to product, are always closer to management, are all of those things. And then the ops, it's true, right? You have to admit that. And product is interested in the feature requests. They forget a lot, ops. That's the problem, right? And if you create that team and you make it live for a long time, what will happen is that DevOps becomes the new ops. And you can see that on the HR job descriptions. You see what I mean, right? If you go and search for job descriptions nowadays, mostly they are saying, okay, we need an operations person that is doing this job, right? And that's the problem. But initially, you have always to push, DevOps to be really cultural DevOps, not just ops. Okay, it's my opinion. Okay. Any last questions? No? Okay.
You were on your slides. You were talking about empowering the team to deliver the product themselves and not hire an external company to tell them how to do it. Yeah. So from what I understand, that works if the company already has a DevOps mindset, so to speak. Because if not, like we were discussing, I guess you'll have a lot of work to convince a senior developer not to drag the folder to the production site and use any CI/CD framework.
C02 and C04. That's the answer to your question. If you don't have that, forget. You will not have a DevOps culture ever. If you don't let teams experiment and learn by themselves, and if you don't have a transformational leadership, I hope everyone understands what transformational leadership means. It's a leadership that comes from above and says, you have to do DevOps. And the developer goes like, I don't know how to do DevOps. Okay, let's train you. Okay, but after the training, I still don't understand. Okay, let's do whatever it's necessary so you are fit to actually enter this culture. And by the end of this journey, because it's an adoption journey, any dev will feel much more empowered by what they can do at that rate. Because they will not be confined to this little space where they use that module and they change this little thing. No, by themselves, they can actually see how the value stream works and how the company is actually creating value to pay their salaries.
So what you're saying is that we should have both top-down and bottom-up approach.
Yes. Yeah.
So you are saying that they should be like the same team rotating the job, or
A Q&A person that does testing should have culture of DevOps. Shouldn't be wait time. Shouldn't be waiting for someone that comes and says, okay, I have your testing environment here ready. Because, they're just waiting for it, right? They have to have the power to experiment. Maybe they will find an easier way to do that test environment. We actually achieve that. Now we have testing environments which are completely done just in one container. I can tell you that saved some testing from 6 hours to 10 minutes. Drupal testing. How is that possible? Because we let some developers do the experimentation by themselves. Right? But it's, honestly, it's inseparable. What?
They have to be willing to. So which means that you don't want people on your team that...
That's why you need to have
the permission, but won't do it.
Right. That's why you need to have transformational leadership. Transformational leadership is not rule leadership. I was joking when I said you have to do DevOps. It will convince you to do DevOps, right? Because it's the right thing to do, right? If you are in a company and if you want to learn something in that company, why shouldn't you do DevOps, right? Right? Any dev should be empowered to do that. Well, one little thing at a time, not everything, right? But anyway.
What is related to the job that he's...
What is related? Exactly that. Exactly that. Yeah, you're not going to do the job of some other team, right? But if you release a product, if you release a feature, you own that feature. You are accountable for that feature. Right? Okay.
So basically what you're saying is that some management person will tell you have to use DevOps, but come up with your own method for doing it, right?
It will not tell you, honestly. I was just kind of joking, right? It will convince you to do it, right? In any way.
Allow you the time to do it.
Allow you the time to do it. It will say, okay.
In some companies, they don't allow time.
They rush.
To experiment.
Yeah, they rush, right? And that's the worst part in every engineer life. It's like, I don't have time to investigate that. Right? How am I going to do that? In the weekend? No, the weekend is mine. Sorry. Right?
They may need to allocate like an afternoon, a day for that.
Yep.
For example, to force them to get in that mindset.
In the mindset, yeah.
Using headers and other helpful tags for the screen readers. And Drupal and its themes are made to work across different devices, not only desktop, but for mobile and tablets. The second step is walking, and it's the first consideration we should have when doing a website and thinking of accessibility. I'll be talking about the features in Drupal, the considerations we should have on the themes and design, and the content should be accessible. Drupal is committed to be accessible from the ground up. It has accessibility integrated into Drupal core. Actively is working on aligning with the web content accessibility guidelines and making it a priority. It has rules for following semantic HTML and ARIA. It focuses mostly on keyboard navigation, not ignoring it. So you can go with the mouse or the keyboard. And it tests and assures the quality. Themes in accessibility play an important role. They mostly have the tweaks that follows the HTML semantics and the styles and layout of the content. It is important to choose the right theme for the right site and make sure it's accessible. One thing that is important on a theme is the color contrast. For people with daltonism, they use plugins special for that. If the contrast is too low, it won't work. If they apply it, it will all look the same color. So it's important to follow a high contrast rule. There are several tools that can measure the contrast ratio, and you should be sure that it follows. It's not only for developers, but also for designers. The chosen typography is also very important for accessibility. It should be the right font, easy to read. Examples of this should have open counters. As you can see, the counter is the open space on a letter. They should be wide and not small. Large X height, it's the difference between the text. It should be legible. And easy to recognize characters. So very elaborate characters are hard to read. For people with good eyesight, it's okay, but people with bad eyesight, if you use serif fonts and complex fonts, they'll have a hard time reading. Another important thing is the layout of the site. It's not only to make the content more visible for users to call their attention, but to be easier to read. If we have big walls of text, since we are reading monitors, your eyesight strains and you stop reading or have a hard time reading. So you should divide the content between small blocks of text instead of big blocks of text. High contrast, not only on the text, but also on the images, so people can easily see the content. Another thing is visual elements and icons. Icons are supposed to be easy to read, like a stop sign when you're driving. If it has a small font, you can see and you pass it. The same goes for icons on the site. So they should be clear instead of hazy. If they're very thin, someone with bad eyesight will have a hard time seeing it. But they shouldn't be too blocky that you can see the details. So this example in readability, it's harder to see that is a folder and not just a cube, while the other is a bit more concrete. And another is all texts have alternative text, so the screen readers can read what is there. ARIA rules, so the tags are identified, and the screen reader reads that to a blind person, like this is a tab, instead of this is a link or a button. So the person knows it's navigating on tabs on the website, for example, or slides, and so on. Content should also be accessible. So this is not only for the developers, but also for people that create content. They have the ones that should add the alts to the images and be very descriptive instead of just saying this is an image of a car. They should make sure every video has captions, because not everyone can hear, and not only for the people that can hear. If you're in a noisy environment, it's important to have captions. The same for audios, should have a transcript so you can easily follow. It's important to have the HTML very structured, so the screen reader can accompany it and say this is a title, this is a subtitle, and this benefits, as I would say, every user and not just people with disability. We're not just accessibility for those that had an accident and can't walk and can move. For example, if you strain your wrist, not using your mouse stops you from working on your laptop. If the site is accessible, you can use it. The last step is running. So you have already built your website, it's accessible. So you've paid attention to the ARIA rules and the alts and the content, but you should always test the navigation of your website, making sure its accessible, its navigation works on mobile, tablet, desktop, keyboard, not only tab, enter, and arrow keys. It's important to be able to use every element of the keyboard. You should use the tab index to define the order of the elements that are selected. So if you want to prioritize link, you use tab index 1, the next one 2, so you can have dispersed content and follow order. For example, you want the user to first go to the menu and not to the logo and refresh the page. Okay. It's important to have a visual indicator of where the user is focused when it's navigating with the tab or the keyboard. It should have a focus element and easily display what is happening. For the mouse, it's important to have the hover element. Some people can change the size of the mouse, are not sure where the mouse has. The hover helps them to know it has been clicked, the active, and if it is disabled, and the focus element in case it's using the keyboard navigation. One error that is mostly committed is removing the outline, the blue border. One should avoid using that and using outline, box shadow, and background border to show that this element has been selected. In forms and the interactivity you have with forms, it's important to have proper labels, a descriptive error message, and not just there's an error in this form, and clear instructions how to fill it. The message shouldn't blame the user, like you did a mistake, and say, there is a mistake on this, this is the way to resolve it. Don't blame the person, don't include unnecessary text, and don't be negative. It's also important to maintain the expected interaction. So everyone uses I am set with a checkbox and not an optional tag. So use the checkbox for what is appropriate. If you want to turn it on and off, or just check. It's also important for links not to have the URL, but have the text for screen readers. And the text should be legible. For example, ally on the web, ally, the trademark, it's with 1 instead of double L. So the screen reader will read A11 I on the web. So you should write it properly and say what is more about, not see more. It should be see more resources, see more news. So the person with the screen reader can know what's happening, because what he's going to read, it's see more. And the person will go, see more what? One thing that's important is to recognize that there are assistive technologies, the plugins that the person that has disabilities use, like the screen readers, the magnifiers and zoom of the browser, and voice recognition. It's important to test, to try and use those technologies. For example, if you want to test, close your eyes and use the screen reader to make sure that it is working and not just, oh, I've got the alts of the text, I've got the roles, it's all working. You should try it and understand how that person will navigate. It's not only following the rules, but using the person's shoes, like knowing what they are going through. And this is not, as I'm always saying, not just for persons with disability. For example, if I'm using glasses, if I break them, I won't be able to navigate on my computer. Accessibility would help me for work, and that's, yeah. The last step, climbing, the hardest part, is mostly testing, making sure that it works for everyone, that it follows all the rules, using contributed modules for that testing. There are several modules that can, and I'll be showing a case study. it's all important to have automated testing because you should always continually be testing it. So having automated tests will help you continuously testing, and manual testing, because those automatic tests fail in some, for example, the screen reader, they'll pass things that don't sound natural, while the manual test, it's a human that knows, okay, this sounds wrong, this is wrong, the colors, even if the contrast between the colors is all right, if you activate some plugins to change, like the high contrast, it might fail, and automatic tests won't get that. There are several tools for that. The Chrome, for example, has the Lighthouse. It's mostly used for the basic tests of accessibility. You should always run that for your website, not only for accessibility, but by performance. There's also Axe browser extensions and several extensions that you can try to test accessibility. Not to try it yourself, but to run tests on it. One should have a holistic approach. So it's manual and automatic tests working together, and not having automatic tests that have nothing to do with manual. And it should be an ongoing process. Always be testing for accessibility. Not just test it once, okay, it's okay, and you ignore it for the rest. Yeah. There are several modules that Drupal has. Accessibility scanner, that it gives an interface on the admin that runs tests and shows you what has failed. Block area landmarks, that lets you put area on blocks and assign roles for it. Instead of doing it on the theme, you can do it on the admin. And editorial access checker is another that complements accessibility scanner and gives you on the interface what errors there are. One of our projects that we did it's on EPO, European Patent Office, that falls on the public domain category. So it goes through process to validate by the European Union. We had several problems on this website. It took a long time to develop, had a lot of people, and there were some mistakes that we had to correct. For example, the design had to remove all focus elements on links and buttons. We had to propose a change and apply it to all the website. There were some links without RF from content that they put. We had to make sure something was that, or if we removed by code. Divs as buttons, one should never have a div as a button. For example, some people do that to have JavaScript applied to that for open a drop-down. Some people do as a div, like the header should be a button. And we had to change those for buttons and maintain the style and add the focus. I had a short video here showing the example of navigation with the keyboard of the changes we did. We also had to change the order that it went, so it didn't focus on the link and went to the website. One could have the lateral menu. This is what we did on EPO. Is it over? I think it is. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah?
Yeah, I really like the presentation. It's very focused on the final result of things and with continuous improvement. Anyway, so in the last slide, you showed that that's done with the keyboard.
Yeah.
Can you go back?
Yeah.
So this is completely with the keyboard.
Yeah. This is just showing the navigation with the keyboard.
Yeah, with the tab.
tab and arrow keys. We had to.
And another question is, there was a slide about, doing. So you shown like that there was this Wi-Fi and accept. So
this one.
Oh yeah, exactly. The expected interactions. So where is this?
It's all generated content. It's probably true. The oversmallest are even there, so yeah, it must be true. Okay. So what you can do then is, okay, maybe we want to adjust the tone of voice for a child because the audience isn't understanding the things I'm saying, so I'm going to tone it down a little bit and let it be on the level of our speaking. So let's have it on our level. And then you see that the wording changes, like it's a super cool city with rice, and like it tones down the complexity of the language. Sorry. Okay, so when we have this, there are some other things here as well. But another module that I installed, I'm not going to go over all the modules separately, mentioning which functionality they give you, but I will just showcase the functionality. And then let's say, okay, please, I want to have a summary here, but I'm not going to summarize it myself. So I'm just going to use the summarize text functionality in the sidebar here, and then it will take my body text and create a summary. Okay, let's take the summary here, put it here. It's a good summary. I read it, of course. And then we're going to suggest a title. Explore Aveiro, a super cool city with canals and festivals. Oh, no, I don't want the quotes. Like that. Let's put that in the title. Okay, that's all fine. Let's also do some taxonomy terms. Okay, good. Up. And actually, I wanted to be a bit colorful and visual, so I also installed a module for generating images with AI. So I'm going to ask it, city landscape of Aveiro with a boat. Let's make it a colorful. With a boat, what's also in Aveiro, and a canal. Okay, and then it will go use DALL-E to generate a picture, and it will inject it in the what you see is what you get here. It takes some time. Okay, very nice. I don't like the picture. Let's take another one, like Aveiro. Aveiro with boats and water, but in a Picasso way. I like Picasso style more, so let's use that. It was too colorful. Okay. Nice. Let's save it. So we have our first completely AI-generated article with title and summary. Another module that allows you to do the translation. So we have now made it in English, but since the audience here is Portuguese, so let's just translate it to Portuguese. Did I click it? No, I didn't. Now I clicked it, and now it's putting the title and the text into English to Portuguese translation, and it will save in the content, and then we will have the content in Portuguese. I don't know if it's good. You can say if it's good or not. Not good? It's Brazilian? Ah, yeah. I've heard that before. Okay, let's do the same for Spanish. Hopla. Now we have it. Like I want all the notes properly filled in. So.
Oh, maybe because you have Portuguese international.
Yeah, might be. Okay. Some other things that are provided by the OpenAI modules here, for example, there is an audio transcription service. What you can do is have audio that's uploaded by users, have it automatically transcribed, and then the transcription can be saved into the media. What you also have, for example, is a GPT Explorer. If you want to play with, for example, the temperature, then you can say, okay, I have this question here, this is the response, and then you can start playing which model you like more, which temperature like more, the amount of tokens. This is to experiment with your prompt chaining.
Just a question, while you were doing this, what's the average amount of money per article?
I'll show you the interface. Good? I'll show you the interface and then you can know it all. So this is there's also an interface to explore your prompts and test with it. There's some settings for the embeddings. And there's also the log analyzer. The log analyzer allows you to have your log messages analyzed. And what it does is it adds a field to your logs. And if you have, for example, let's take a database error here, SQL state, hopla. Yeah, it's a nice big error. It gives you like explanation powered by OpenAI. This error means that the title in the node field data cannot be null. And so it's starting to do the development for you almost. Huh? If we could only say, fix this bug now too. Huh? Okay. And then there's content generation. Let's say you need to generate a lot of content, and you can select a subject. These are the tags in your taxonomy terms. So you can just say, okay, generate me a bunch of content around this subject. Same for media. You can also say, okay, generate me a number of images, and it will generate all this media. On to the media tab. Here you see that I've been generating some images. There's here an extra tab, add OpenAI image, and here you say, okay, Avero, sunset, whatever, let's generate it and see what we get. It's not very much words, so I'm curious to what will come out of this. Okay, that looks nice, and then you can just save the image, and it's added to your media, which you can then start using in your content. You can also create variations, but I haven't gotten very good success with that. What this does is, for example, if you upload a person's profile picture, it will generate the same person, but in a different pose or in a different, but I think the successes there were just like mediocre. Okay, that's that. And I think let's quickly look at the slides. What did we forget? Okay, Gitbot, we did that. The OpenAI also provides the client in the code. And so the moment you have the OpenAI module, you can also use this client to do your own AI implementation. So if you have a specific kind of entity and you want to fill from some source data a target field with the result of that, you can also do that pretty easily just with this code. You give in the parameters that you want, and then I demoed that. I'm going to scroll through it. So the CK there, show that as well. OpenAI content, this is a translation. Yes, we did that as well. ChatGPT plugin. Yeah, we used that one. OpenAI images, show that as well. I was also trying to generate a view of people attending an open source conference, but generating faces is difficult. It's not. I wasn't successful. I think DALL-E is not the right tool for that. Then generating the images. This also demoed, and then search API. I didn't demo this because I haven't set this up in my Gitbot locally. This is dependent on Pinecone, an external tool as well. So this is something else. What this allows you to do is index your content and make the embeddings for it, what I mentioned earlier. So you can look at it like with a Solr, Apache Solr, or an Elasticsearch. It will create from your document a set of numbers, and embedding is actually a set of numbers, and its distances to other words. And based on that unique footprint of that document, it can give you answers. So here you see the user asks, can you link me to the briefings of the meetings this person attended? And then the Drupal responds, these are the documents with a link to the document from the Drupal site. So this, I think for me, this is the next mind-blowing cool thing to have in all Drupal sites. Another example of this by a demo from someone else was where they indexed all of kind of products, textile products, and in the text you see that there is, you that there was, for example, we pay our workers a fair wage, or this was made in a factory with cheap labor, this was also ethical in its manufacture, and the answers really are relevant. So the person asked the Drupal then, can you give me a list of ethical products from your database, and it responds with the things that the AI finds ethical because of the description. So it really indexes the descriptions and almost understands it. It's not really understanding, but it's not far from. So these are cool things, I think. Similar here, indexing documents of megabytes and giving you answers relevant to the content. So this is extremely powerful, for example, knowledge bases or intranets or all things where people upload documents and rules and processes. And then you can just ask your Drupal, what's the process for this? It gives you the response. I hope you are all as mind blown as I was. And then views, ChatGPT. This is the thing that I explained, where you can create views with GPT as the chaining of the prompts. Yeah, that's the module, right? It does exactly that. So there's a module to do this, where you ask a prompt and it will generate you the YAML to create a view, and you can just import it in your Drupal. It's awesome, no? So less work for you. Just give me articles, field X, Y, Z, and it gives you the view. It's not perfect yet. When the demo was done in June or July, the YAML wasn't always valid. The next step was to validate the YAML versus Drupal to see if it's actually, it mostly is valid, but sometimes they had to do small changes to it. But that's just an extra coding step to validate and then try it again if it's not valid, right? Search integration, and that was the end of my list of Drupal modules. Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. Beware that AI, the data still travels to the US, so whatever you put in goes to OpenAI, and they can do whatever they want with it. They're saying they're not using it to train their models, but yeah, who knows for sure? And you're also dependent on an external system as well, and it's only as good as the input data. With Google Vision, for example, I gave this slide where you could manipulate a picture that's not visible, but still the AI would give totally different results. And so it could be that people enter in your prompt specific things that expose your internal structure to your user, which might not be what you want. And so still be careful with what you do. And also, I've talked with Vincenzo Gambino, so I have to thank him for being able to share slides with him. I'm also sharing my slides with him back. And Jamie Abrahams, who's the guy who's working on the Views GPT integration, which is crazy. And to you for attending and still being here at the end. So thank you for that. And my final question to you to think about, what will we see in 5 years from now? Let me know, because I'm very curious. Do we have time for questions?
Yeah.
Well, it's over now, so you can fire away. Yes, I can. Hey, 100 slides on 20 minutes. That's good, eh? Okay, the data sets, right? No, the machine learning. Yeah, okay. Got it? Yes? Okay. I also made mugs. ChatGPT resolved this ticket for me. It didn't resolve it yet, so we're not yet out of a job.
Was the presentation generated by OpenAI?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so final remarks. It was great. I think we should do this often, maybe more than once a year. Who knows? If I get some help from anyone, right? This time, I think Francisco was, what is it? He was, you see, he's very tired right now. He helped me a lot, and a couple of other people. Thanks, Jose, to do the keynote. But I think next year, because we're basically on the second part of the year, we would like to do this 2 times. If that's not too much, and one of the places we are thinking on, it's probably Évora. Let's see if that works for everyone. Who wants to go to Évora? That's fine, right? It's a nice place. Évora.
Summer or winter?
What do you prefer?
Winter.
Okay. Okay. So either that's on the early part of the year or it's on the final part of the year.
Just to be sure that we don't go out.
Oh yeah, okay. No, not in summer. No, absolutely not in summer. Either in spring or winter or autumn. Okay.
There's no such thing as spring.
No?
Too much hot or kind of variable hot.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. Today, I wanted to organize a group to maybe have some dinner together and discuss a little bit more of Drupal because we love Drupal. It's our thing. So who wants? Come with me. We'll get that at 10 p.m. There is also a podcast. If you want to participate on that, that would be cool. It's organized by the Software Libre Association. And yeah, thank you so much for coming. This was really, really awesome. I was not expecting it to go so well because it's a joint. And thank you all. You want to take a photo? Let's take a photo. Hey, I'll take a photo. Someone wants to take a photo of us? Maybe. Okay. So you can put yourself like more in the middle, or like this. Can you go down a little bit? Okay. Okay. The last ones go up. One's there. Okay. Cool. That's great. Let's see. Hey, boy. Pode tirar aqui uma foto? É só apanhar aqui. Oh, alguém? Ah, não. Quem é que é? Quem é?
Foto ou querem tirar? Eu vou tirar.
Não, posso tirar.
Então tira uma, se faz favor.
Ok, mas deve ouvir, não?
Não.
Ok.
Consegue tirar?
Claro. Opa, fechei aqui o aplicativo. Ok.
Pronto. Ok.
Se puderem só tocar mais bonitinho. Perfeito. Mais uma aqui para garantir. Ninguém piscou. Mais uma. Perfeito.
Boa, obrigado por terem lembrado pela foto.
Tchau. Obrigado mais uma vez.
Tchau, tchau. Olha, é sempre ajudar. Nem sei saber. Nós ainda temos t-shirts. Se vocês quiserem levar mais alguma.
Nós temos que ir para o outro.
Não, lá.
Estamos no deploy neste momento.
Um deploy.
Então vai. Olha, o Drupal Dev Day. Só mais digo.
Um Dev Day. Mas um Dev Day tem que ser autorizado.
Tem. Não sei se e mesmo.
Nós fizemos, foi autorizado. Tens que os convencer.
Então, vamos para isso então.
Outra vez? Sim,
não.
Tem que ser um espaço muito grande.
Isto tinha que ser uma coisinha mais.
Nós fizemos no discoteca, fizemos 404. Foi este que tivemos, não? Foi 404. Lá neste tem que fazer o Drupal deve ser. Eles agora vão fazer na. Eu faço parte da equipa de escolha do Chico, mas tem que sempre passar lá no crivo do Gabor. Para a semana depois. Agora vão para a Portugal. No final da semana. Está bem. Para descansar. Está bem. Claro.
Foi muito interessante.
Sem dúvida.
Obrigado. Até à próxima.
Até à próxima. Já mandou um e-mail.
Está bem.
Depois a gente
mandamos já um texto para não haver. Ah, é?
Por acaso foi a chat GPT. Já usámos o chat GPT.
Exatamente. Está bem. Bem, vou ficar com essas t-shirts.
Agora percebo que no ano passado não fizeram com o ano. No ano passado não fizeram com o ano. Agora percebo, não é? Percebo porquê. Que agora fica.
Mas não.
Se não tivesse o ano, dava para o próximo.
Pois, também é verdade. Mas não tem.
Se não começas só a aceitar,
Acho que vou deixar
começas
isto.
só a fazer quem fizer reserva.
Vou deixar isto aqui para o Francisco. Não sei onde é que está o Francisco. Eu sei.
Bem, tens aí certos de trabalho para quando chegares a arranjar o carro e tal.
Não, isto vai se vender. Vai-se arranjar maneira. Vai-se arranjar maneira. Eu acho que tinha um t-shirt também.
Olha, eu queria uma do ano passado, não tenho.
Uma do ano passado?
Do ano passado não tem ano.
Não,
tenho, mas não tenho
Eu sei, por isso é que eu estou a dizer, mas às vezes podia lá ter qualquer coisa.
Vendemos todas. Então quem é que é mais uma?
Eu quero uma M.
M? Ok. Cadê? É 10. Mas eu vou ver se consigo vender isto online. Obrigado.
Sabes que tens de fazer, meter o e-commerce no ponto .pt.
Tenho M. Não, M é igual para mulher e para homem. Só que eu acho que tu não és.
Não, é para a minha esposa.
Ah, para a tua esposa, sim. Tem. Se quiseres, um M, mas ela é S? Eu acho. Acho que
S ou M?
é melhor levar o M. É melhor levar o M.
Olha. 1, 2, 3 e o João trabalha com o Paulo. Olha, na guarda tens uma L.
Tenho.
Estás a ver, Ricardo? Os 4 do Paulo.
Se fosse a voluntariado, para o próprio grupo também não.
4.
Eu acho muito bem. É um L ou um XL?
1, 2, 3 e o João 4. Olha o outro, estás a ver? Estamos aqui organizados. Grupo agora. Depois de Bragança, guarda Bragança. Uai, é o mas acho fácil suficiente. Acho fácil suficiente. Deve-se os copos de
Aqui foi.
Passa com mais.
Tu levas um M e um L.
Sim, bem. Esses gajos. Tu vais?
Obrigado. Quer dizer, eu sei. Podes experimentar, queres experimentar? Não, tu és o L. Para ti, é o L. O L deve ser, mas isso tenho certeza. Com esse arroz todo, seres um M, pá, é esquisito. Vai depender do modelo. Sim, mas estas são à portuguesa. Podes levar à confiança que estes modelos, pá, um L é mesmo o teu número. Mas experimenta, se quiseres experimentar.
É valores que os gajos mais velhos relativamente ao valor.
Que é engraçado. Eu já tenho visto o teu nome.
O chat, se calhar, é?
No chat.
Entraste agora?
Ah, entrei agora.
Tem que ser, não é? Vocês sugeriram.
Acho muito bem. É assim mesmo que tem que ser. Vai ter que fazer quantas conferências, porque ele deve ter aí o resto do.
Olha, precisas de ajuda aqui a arrumar as coisas ou posso seguir a viagem?
Ficar para arrumar. Não há
Pronto, então vou arrumar na hora. Eu não.
So I cannot show it anything. So